Hello, everyone. Hope everybody is all right. And here we go. Looking at everything. Hello, everyone. A little sip of my Belgian beer. Cheers, everybody. And making sure everything is fine. Stream's excellent. Sending out 10 megabits per second, which is a lot of data. It's incredible what we have today just for streaming. And yeah, everything's all right here. So hey everybody, welcome aboard. We are live once again. With a little bit of luck, I had completely forgotten something today. We had a power outage that started at 8 this morning. And it was a planned power outage to upgrade some of the equipment. And I kind of remember a few weeks ago we had this little flyer in the mailbox that said that there was going to be a power outage. They're going to fix stuff. But I completely forgot. And so this morning when I woke up at 8 for Paul the cat, I noticed there was no power. And so power came back about an hour ago. So I was hoping that it wouldn't be too long. But I got to say that the noise floor was just so low. It was incredible. I could listen to the BBC like easily. It's pretty amazing. So at least there was that good. But I was hoping that everything would be back for the live show. So welcome aboard, everybody. This is the live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we talk about radio. It doesn't have to be just shortwave. It can be long wave, medium wave, shortwave. It could be VHF, UHF range. It could be anything. Whatever radio conversation goes, we're just going to talk about it anyways. And the other thing here is that today is our last few hours of the B24 schedules. So at 0 hours tonight, in some cases tomorrow, we are in the brand new schedules for the summer. And that means that we are going to have new frequencies for our favorite broadcasts. So there are stations that maybe you're listening to this week or even today that starting tomorrow are just going to be at a different frequency. And sometimes even at a different time. I'm not sure. I think you guys in Europe are changing your clocks this weekend. If anybody can tell me if it's this weekend or not. We've changed our clocks now several weeks ago here in North America. So the new schedules are going to be in effect starting tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. I'll be making a series of videos this week of my personal observations of 825 stations that maybe by surprise because of a frequency they've chosen in a specific time is coming in well that you don't hear often, or one of the particular frequencies that I often look at with the changes in schedule is the BBC World Service, because the BBC World Service sometimes chooses some frequencies and some specific times that actually make it to North America really well. So I'm always curious about that, having frequencies that by accident are coming in well here from broadcasters we don't hear a lot, and so on. So I'm going to be checking that out for sure and making some of my personal observations of the new schedule season for the shortwave schedules. So So thanks, Nick, for answering that the time change. So you guys in Europe, it's this weekend. And Don was mentioning the CQ World WPX SSB contest, which I entered, by the way. Yesterday, I made about 50 contacts last night on 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. I wanted to continue today, but the problem was I didn't have any power, and I do not have battery operation capability, which I want to have at some point so that I can still use my transceiver in times of, when the power goes out. So this is something that I definitely need to look at. But anyways, I will continue later tonight and probably tomorrow, Sunday. I don't enter it for winning anything or being first or something, because I will never be first with the setup I have. But just for the fun of making contacts with different stations around the world, seeing that I can actually make contacts, voice contacts with different countries. It's kind of cool. So I'll probably continue tomorrow. So if you are joining in, well, my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And I am been listening to Shortwave since 1982. Probably had my first multiband radio around 1980, 81-ish. Which had shortwave on it, by the way, but I didn't know what SW meant, and it didn't seem to be very good because I didn't seem to be receiving that much. And it's really a little later that I, really understood what shortwave was all about. So welcome aboard. This live show has been pretty much a steady weekly show for, I don't know, I think it started somewhere around 2013, 2014. I always forget the first one, what date was the first one of these live shows. And so, more than 10 years, that's for sure. And still continuing strong. I know people enjoy the show, and it's fun to be here, talk about radio, and gather all of us together. There's a beautiful chat room. This is also the fun part where people interact. We say it all the time, solitary hobby. Usually we're alone in our little man cave, and we don't usually have a lot of people around us that enjoy what we do. Actually, we have the ability to annoy people more than have people enjoy what we do. So this is the perfect place to be among radio geeks, because this is the perfect place where we're all here together and just have a lot of fun together. And after that, when all of that is over, we have a Facebook group. So here's the Facebook group if you want to join in. It has the same name as the official SWL channel name, and this is where it continues. There's a lot of people that post on the group. It's a very active group. We are now at more than 4,000 members on that group, which is great, and it continues to grow quite fast too. So this is the place to be. I'm going to post the link to the official SWL channel Facebook group here. And I am also sharing information and all sorts of things on Blue Sky, if you want to join in Blue Sky, where I will post all sorts of info, the live show links, and pretty much often a lot of what I'm listening to. So this is the Blue Sky link. And, just follow two simple rules here. The two simple rules that are extremely important and that need to be followed. No politics and no religion. And we just keep it at that. And this is why it's a lot of fun to be here, because we just talk about the subject, which is radio. So it's nice to have all of you here, and hope that you'll enjoy the show today. We're going to talk about the A25 schedules a little. We're going to talk about the WPX contest, my entry into it. That, like, well, anyways, we'll talk about it. I'm going to start going through the chat room a little bit. It sometimes takes time. If you have said hello and I haven't said hello back, it's sometimes I'm so far back in the chat room that it takes a little bit of time to catch up. So hope that just be patient. Same if you ask a question. Okay. Idaho Head, nice to have you on board. So I'm missing. Okay, here we go. From North Idaho, and pretty cool to have you here. It's already, by the way, official pretty much. The Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe will be on the air. What is mostly asked is by the courts is to have the money that they owe RFERL to continue in their broadcasting. Same with Radio Marti. Apparently the staff is back at Radio Marti. It's just that it's not on the air for now, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen with that. Masters Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby. WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Richard Wagner, WA9301SWL from sunny 70 Fahrenheit. That's perfect. Perfect weather, actually. Where everything's upside down. New kitchen, porches, and deck. Cool. London 19657. Nice to have you here. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayville, Colorado. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 54 Cal, Northwest Pennsylvania. Wife's yelling at me because I just had eye surgery and I'm running the random wire antennas in other directions. She wants you to take care of yourself. Kevin Michael, KFQD on 750 kilohertz with Alaska Talk at 8 p.m. Cool. Andy New, nice to have you on board, and no problem. Take care, and hope everything goes well on Monday morning. We'll be thinking about you. TV DXer, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board from Central Virginia, 82 degrees, wow. Here, it's 32 Fahrenheit, 0 Celsius, and we're supposed to be in for some freezing rain starting tonight and tomorrow all day. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. What scares me in that is that they're saying there's going to be freezing rain, winds that might reach 90 kilometers per hour. Ice and wind don't mix well. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad. At least we were safe today. We did have a little bit of snow last night, but a few days ago they were saying we would have almost a foot of snow. And now we just add maybe an inch or two, and that was it. So, and it's already melted, so not too bad. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. United Houses of Polaris, nice to have you on board. Sibelius, nice to have you on board. Robert Varner, KC2TEL, New Jersey. Martin Frayne, nice to have you here from Ireland. EI4JGB. Old Radios, nice to have you here. And more coming from eBay. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from sunny Florida. Kamikaze 76 from West Michigan. Blogger Die is going to move to the patio and take some radios and to hook up the wire up a tree. Cool. Especially if it's beautiful. Why not? It's fun to listen to the radio outdoors. Nick Hansen, M7NHR. Nice to have you on board from in windy England. Blogger Die says, when the power goes off here, I can hear my neighbor's diesel generators crank up. John Arash says, we're surfing on every wave. RJ Dakota, power failure here would wig me up. I have a magnetic globe and it falls onto a solid base, which makes a huge thump. Yeah, it doesn't have its magnetic field to hold it anymore. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here. So, yep, so you guys in Europe are changing the clocks for DST in Europe. this weekend. Don Royal, WA. Oops, I lost a position. Here we go. If I can find where I was. Nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Don Royal, WA7330WL. Don Moman, nice to have you here. VE6JY from Alberta, Canada. And the bands are absolutely crowded. I've been, I enjoyed myself last night. I have had some contacts. So 10 meters gave me a lot of contacts to South America. I got Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Chile. I got one station from Venezuela, another one from but a few other places down there, anyways. And then 15 and 20 gave me a lot of Europeans. 20 was on fire with European stations even past midnight yesterday. So it's kind of a lot of fun and going into the pileups and, you know, just answering any CQ call, CQ contest calls. So I'll be continuing that probably either later tonight or tomorrow. I just entered the contest. It was like, I listened for it like 20 minutes last night when it started at 0 UT, and I'm like, I want to get in. So I looked at the rules and said, okay, how does it work? And I actually have a software installed which I had purchased last year, which is it's a specific log software for the WPX contest. So all you have to do is just enter the call signs and, you know, the 59, because it's always 59 for their signal report, and the serial number that they give you and that you give them and whatever, and just, you know, press enter and which band, and it just completes every details, updates the points on itself. So it's kind of cool, and really enjoy using that. So I have that one. It's the same guy that has like a lot of different logging software. He's got like a deal for $59.95. You have a license for every single piece of software he's got for logging and contesting, which is if you are a very big contester, it's a deal because there's so many software and well-made software too. And or, you know, you can just buy individual software. I bought two because there's only two contests that I go through. So I bought the CQ Worldwide SSB contest and the CQ WPX contest software. The two basically that I'll be participating in. So what else? I got distracted by sound and noise, which I wondered what it was. So Chris, G7 VEO, nice to have you on board. And dry and no wind in the east part of England. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. All radios have been playing with the Realistic Astronaut 8. It works, but the antenna could have been more longer. Blogadai have a radio with battery power, but it doesn't transmit. Old radios, airband works. Chrissy Freitas, nice to have you here, Chrissy, from Memphis, Tennessee. Rainy day, perfect for some radio listening. Terrence, nice to have you here. KD2ANN, nice warm afternoon in New Jersey. Bob's Old Records, almost all my radios are battery operated. Dangnam, nice to have you here from Essex, UK. Jean Arashi, 100 watt transceiver. You'll need a generator if you want to transmit during a power outage, won't you? No, you have these really cool batteries which are sodium. I'm trying to remember what's the chemical, the chemical part of it, which are very high powered batteries that aren't too heavy. These, if I want to transmit even with 100 watts, I could just buy a a high powered one, like, something like 100 amp hour or more. I'd have a few hours of, because it's not a continuous transmit, especially with voice. So it would give me a few hours of operations just on battery. It would give me an amazing time just on receive, You know, a couple of days probably, but SOP, let me, battery. So it's the the batteries are. I was trying to remember the. Anyways, you guys know it's S something like. God, I forgot. Just looking at the. So they're LiFe PO4 lithium batteries. So they have a different, you know, it's not like the good old nickel cadmium that weigh 3 tons for the power you have. Here you got batteries that are very powerful and much, a lot less heavy compared to the past. So you can have them like, you know, 100 amp hour and even more if you want to. Depends on the amount of money you want to spend on the battery. And they're a type of lithium battery that are just great for amateur radio use. So with 100 watts, you know, and you don't have to be 100 absolutely, you know. I mean, if you drop your power by, you know, half, it's you don't drop your signal by half. You drop your signal just by, you know, a small amount. So you can, you know, I can lower the power output if I want to have it last longer. Jasmine, nice to have you here from cloudy Seattle. Blogger I have a ham rated EXH data E100, but it's not legal and I don't use the transmit button. Yeah, because it's kind of not really legal even to own, technically. London 19657, you sound better. I am better. I still cough a little. I still have some cough, but I am definitely better. It's, you know, going away. Old radios, but I bought a classic from eBay, a Zenith Transoceanic 7001. Would like the later orange map ones, but this one should work. Cool. Thing is to have fun. Just have fun. So Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here from Stockholm, Sweden. Absolutely. It's always nice to have Nordic countries around here. Then we do have Dr. Harshit Joshi. Nice to have you here from New Delhi, India. And welcome aboard, my friend. SoCalf1, nice to have you here. K6PSM. Marty68, nice to have you here. And Polly Cat sleeping in the bedroom. N Dines, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. And says that he's new to shortwave radio, but I think I'm nerdy enough to love it. And by the way, I'm London's wife. Oh, cool. Okay, so yeah, you know, it's take the time to learn, and I think you're gonna enjoy it. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you on board. Old radios, yeah. There is, I believe, a movie. There's also a song, Radio Free Europe. But yeah, there's a movie that's been done at a certain time. Definitely. I'm trying to remember because it's been like a long time. But yeah, there was definitely a movie. Okay. So Kev Michael from the Pacific. The Invisible Man, nice to have you here from Amsterdam. Pretty cool. And Sokov says cool, 64 degrees East County, San Diego. Pretty cool. Russ Gladden, nice to have you here from Ottawa. Welcome aboard, Russ. WF7I Homebrew, Bert, nice to have you on board. Finishing tag return stuff in Virginia. Hoping to get outside for some gardening before the sun sets. Pretty cool. Old radios, you get stuff on Longwave? Not a lot. There used to be a lot of non-directional beacons here. But it depends where you live. There's still a lot of them, but they are being decommissioned slowly. So some areas you might not hear much, if anything at all. In some areas you might hear some non-directional beacons, which was mostly what you're going to hear. There's a few things in the upper part if your radio goes there, like the Navtex Marine transmissions on 490 and 518 kilohertz, which I hear regularly here. There's some transatlantic long-wave stations that some people get, but usually you need really good antennas, and you need, most people that are successful live very close to the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, which helps a lot. But depending on where you are, it's either nothing or not much, or non-directional beacons and stuff like that. It depends. Dr. Arshid Joshi says, received an email from Radio Free Asia's QSL team that there won't be any broadcast and QSL cards for listeners anymore due to cessation of funds. That's sad to hear. I got a QSL from them last year, so hold on to that. Because QSLs from stations that disappeared are really definitely great to have in our collections. James Farley, nice to have you here. Todd, KC1 PSK, nice to have you here from Connecticut. Kevin Michael says, remember the 1990s in northern Wisconsin had good DX across the continent. RJ Dakota, we had that wind problem last week here, and wind was over 60 miles per hour, which 65 miles per hour is about 110 kilometers, so it's in the same range. Usually, 90 kilometers per hour, which is something like 55 miles per hour, is not a problem when it's just wind. It gets a problem when it's wind and ice stuck on stuff. That's where it gets a problem. That one channel nobody asked for, is this the man that fixed his Radio Shack weather radio speaker? No. European and even Middle East long-wave stations. A lot of people on the East Coast have heard some of them. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, has received, I think it's Algeria, at his place in Virginia. So on the East Coast, if you're close to the ocean, there are quite a few people that hear the transatlantic long-wave stations. But as soon as you get inland, you quickly lose the ability. Richard Myers, nice to have you here from South Daytona, Florida. Low 80s, partly cloudy. And the QSL is on its way to you. KO4 OSA. Cool. I'll answer back with the QSL. Not any problem. Bob's Old Records. When conditions are good, you can pick them up. Yep. Dangnam. I have SDR and CB radio running off a 100 amp hour lithium battery. Recommend getting the that's I want to get a couple. Because one of the things I also want to do and would like to do is the ability to do QRP stuff, like get a small transceiver, do a little bit of QRP transmissions, maybe do some Parks on the Air stuff. Why not join the Parks on the Air craze? A lot of people, Parks on the Air has been it's cool for one thing. It's credited to have revived a lot of amateur radio contacts, because of the nature of how it works and everything. It kind of makes people exciting and excited at AM radio again. Anything that makes people use their radio is great. So I would get probably one a very powerful one for like the home base here with the Yaesu, and get a smaller one because of its weight, so it's not too heavy for some QRP operations, with like 5 watts or something, and a small little transceiver. Old radios, I'm going to need a lot of D cells. Kevin, nice to have you on board in Halifax. Sitting in traffic. Kevin Michael says he's got the Grundig Satellite 800 and the Texan PL 990. Look at that. Once I start putting radios in the go bag, it's hard to stop heading down to the yard. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5 KVO. And LVR Steelworks. Yeah, lithium phosphate. I was searching the exact wording of the chemistry. So it's a different type of lithium battery, lithium phosphate. And old radios, your opinion on GE Super Radios? Don't get the GE Super Radio 3. It's crappy. The 1 is the best. The 2, it's not too bad, but the 2 sometimes you might need to open it up. I think it's the 2 where sometimes the speaker was wired in reverse and it actually has a problem with the receive because of that. So, but it's just a question of like switching the wires. But avoid the 3. I got the 3 here. It's a giant piece of crap. It's really not great. But if you can get the first one, is really the best of all. That is the one that started the craze for GE Super Radios. And the 2 isn't too bad. Okay, Michael, what's the difference between the original PL990 and 990X? The X is for export. So the difference is simply that the 990 is made for the Chinese market. Sometimes the buttons can be actually in Chinese, and often comes with the Chinese manual only. Where the 990X is export, so it will come with an English manual. It has a slight difference, I believe, in the receive frequencies, but nothing major. 804 Marty, nice to have you here from Virginia, doing some radio damage in the Amazon sale, adding XH Data D808. It's 15% off. So cool. Just a great little radio. Ideo Ed says, I got an EcoFlow portable power station to keep my freeze going through an outage. Works great. Kevin has a super radio on his seat next to him. What else do we have? Go down here. Dr. Arshid Joshi says it's 68 Fahrenheit in New Delhi for now. Pleasant. Early hours of the upcoming morning. Cool. Richard Wagner, I bought a battery air pump to start the car, and no problem using my V10 RV. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board. And yeah, Paul looking after me, absolutely. So he can, yeah. I think he, sometimes you think about animals, how they kind of react. And when I was at the worst of the worst, he actually was much more He just couldn't stop. He was everywhere I was. He was there, even if it's sleeping on the floor. Is like next to me, like if I don't know, probably taking care of me, wondering what's happening. Old radios. I heard discussion 7200 kilohertz guys are talking about dumbing down because of not using Morse code, and yeah, no, you know, it's not dumbing down. It's just making things. I had an interesting email from a Skip into EI that was here in the chat. I think it was last week, where I was talking about making it easier on the amateur tests, and he sent me kind of his point of view, which was very interesting, and mentioning that we should always remember that amateur radio is a privilege, and it's not something that is a given, and that part of the amateur radio licensing is also pushing knowledge about technology and all of that. So it was kind of a very interesting email, trying, like, giving his point of view of, well, maybe not, maybe we should keep the electronics part and all of that. My point of view was partly also driven by when I actually went through the course, the amateur radio course that I took virtual online. The amateur radio course, I could see a lot of people struggling at, particularly the electronic part, not having a hard time understanding it. But at the same time, you're like, because for me it was easy. I have a diploma in electronics. Of course, it's basic knowledge I already knew about. So if you go into amateur radio and electronics is not your thing, I can see that makes it tough to go pass your exam. And I've seen so many questions. When I would listen to, I see that on HF, but when I would listen to a lot on the scanner radio and 2-meter bands, I would see a lot of hams that would ask questions that, well, with the knowledge you are supposed to have with your license, I can't believe you're asking that question. It's something you should know. And which kind of showed me that a lot of people just don't remember anything about that knowledge. Plus, if you got a good memory, I was always saying is go past the exam online and do it all the time. You get to a point where you know the questions by heart, even if you don't understand the basics. So it's interesting. It's definitely a debate. My look into it is mostly for the purpose of let's try to bring as many people into the hobby, especially in these days and times. And I think it wouldn't hurt if there's stuff that we make easier for the entry level. If you want to have a real good license, you go to the next one, the extra class or whatever, the advanced one. And there you'll have your ham license with a lot more knowledge. That one you shouldn't dumb down. That one you should keep it hard, because you need to have knowledge and learn about amateur radio and electronics and all sorts of stuff, because the advanced license you will do, and you are allowed to do a lot more. So, I think the entry level should be as easy as can be for anyone to enter. But if you want to be advanced, then that's where you're going to, need to study and really make sure that you have knowledge for ham radio. That's my take on it. James Marley, You think by this time they would have all AI noise reduction for shortwave that would recognize all the different noise source patterns and be able to reduce them. AI will definitely be there at some point, honestly. AI will definitely be there at some point. It's just that it requires power and it requires, good equipment. So, but at some point I can see AI noise reduction being very, very amazing at what it does. And but remember also that noise reduction is not a magical thing. When there's enough difference between what you're listening to, the content, and the noise, the signal to noise ratio, it's easy for AI to remove it. But don't forget that if the noise and what the content you're getting is very, very close in signal to noise ratio, it's like so noisy, it could be a tough thing to make a difference between both. But NASA is using that pretty much for Voyager spacecraft. That signal that arrives here from the Voyager spacecraft is so weak that they are using heavy processing of the signal to just get that little data out of the general noise that they have in the receiver. So, but I can see AI having great applications, especially for removing noise around what we listen to. Oh yeah, RAM, Radio Free Europe. Yep. Definitely. So, what else do we have? Philip Jones, nice to have you on board from a blistery Flint, North Wales. March came in like a lamb and is trying to go out like a lion. Kevin Michael has San Diego Sports, 760 KGB, 760 KHX at 9:30 last night. Pretty cool. Terrence, I picked up Radio Algeria several times, several years ago on 198 kilohertz. Bob's Old Records. Got an old interval signal running through my head, but can't remember what country it came from. It was a music box playing. Yeah, what sounded like a music box was Swiss Radio International. Yeah, Switzerland, absolutely. London 19657. Unseasonable warm here in northeast Pennsylvania. I wonder if it affects reception. In the low frequency range, like medium wave, long wave, short wave, there's weather has no effect on propagation. As you go higher in frequency, that's where weather has effects. So the higher you go in frequency, the more you will have all sorts of effects due to, either the temperature inversions, stuff like that traps VHF, UHF signals in layers of the atmosphere and extends the coverage by quite a long shot too. There's all sorts of things like that can happen. And if you're really high in frequency, and some of you have probably noticed the effect, if you ever had a satellite dish to watch TV, when there's heavy rain, heavy snow, signal that disappear. KU, nice to have you on board. And from Detroit, nice to have you here, Kevin. Kevin has, and another Kevin has the TRU SDX, the small little box there. I had an older version of it, which I've returned because I didn't like it. But, something like that probably. Probably. Lip Jones had an amateur calling CQ contest on 972 kilohertz medium wave, found him on 1.8. Yeah, you had an image. You probably had an image of him 910 kilohertz lower on the radio you were using. Dr. Arshid Joshi says, general question to Joel and everyone, for how many years from here we can have shortwave broadcasts until, unfortunately, they become a thing of the past? I think in our generation, we will have shortwave broadcasts in 50 years and 100 years. It's just going to be very specific to, target areas around the world. It's like when everybody or most abandoned North America. There was no need to broadcast to North America suddenly. It was like, no, that's not a target area we need anymore. But, if you live in different parts of the world, the shortwave bands are not equal. If you live in Asia, you have a lot of signals, dominated a lot by China. But I think this is the future. The future is shortwave is going to be here in 100 years. It's just going to be focused to very specific areas, often areas that have a hard time getting anything else because of, either they're shutting down the internet so that, in some countries where they don't want the population to know about anything. Well, that is where, what's going to shine. It's shortwave. Actually, there was the BBC head of the BBC World Service that did say that it's more and more important than ever to keep shortwave for accurate information for some parts of the world where now the only thing you hear is the local government own propaganda. But I'm I'm sure that in 100 years from now, shortwave is still going to exist. It's going to be very specific to target areas. I do ahead. QRP sounds like fun. What sort of antenna would you use? I probably would have an end-fed, half-wave end-fed, because it's like an easy antenna to bring along, set up temporarily like in a tree or something, and then just take back home. My setup would be very light, so a battery that has power but not too heavy of a battery with a very small transceiver and an half-wave end-fed antenna that you can set up easily. Put that in a little backpack and set up somewhere for a full day or an afternoon in the summer and have fun. All radios. One thing I like is after the fee you pay for the radio itself, there are no fees. WF9 Bruce says, for me, the long wave from Europe is just barely there with the 400-foot beverage. If I trim the length down to 300, it is in the noise on dipoles or other loops I own. I can't hear them. So... And by the way, I want to thank London 19657 for the tip and for treats for Paul. Remember that you can give me a little something here through the super chat if you want to help out. I'm here every Saturday. If you enjoy what I do, it really, really is important. And of course, the pizza fund. There's the pizza fund. You guys have seen the juicy pizza that I get. So the pizza fund also through PayPal if you guys want to help out so that I don't starve to death. And please send through this PayPal email. Thank you all for your donations through the weeks and months. And of course, we're starting fresh. Last week we had 2 winners of a CIDX membership, John Clinton, or aka Mad Reader DXer, and Sheila Dessa in Ontario. So we're going to have 2 more that will be given away in a couple of months' time. We're going to give it a couple of months so that we get a good list of people that donated a little something. And any amount helps. Don't worry about the amount. It's fine. And so in a couple of months' time, we'll have 2 more memberships to CIDX that will be given away. So thanks for your donations, guys. Okay, 54 Cal has 11870 Vatican Radio in French. I'm listening to 7850 here with which is on the ICOM with CHU. You might be hearing that a little bit in the background. 25 megahertz WWV is coming in here on 20 to 5,000 kilohertz. And I've got the Texan H501X that is actually not tuned to pretty much anything right now. I'm just, punching in. Here's the Gander Radio Weather 10051. We have 13270 also. So there's Gander Radio 13270 10051 right now. The original Super Radio, the one that is the Super Radio 3 has chrome knobs on it. The Super Radio 1, GE Super Radio 1, an all-time classic here. If you want to learn more about, here's Radio J. Allen website that has that talks about them right here for the Super Radio, so you could check that out. But avoid the 3. It's really bad, honestly. Bird WF7I says there are some military stations down in the VLF, very low frequencies. Also, I think I can also receive, but they are digital mode and I can't decode based on the frequencies. Looks like some are from Europe. It's possible. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's the problem. Like Bert says, that's the problem of summertime. Summertime brings in thunderstorms, and thunderstorms bring a lot of static crashes. So definitely that is something that is probably the problem of the summer listening. The static crashes, and on shortwave, sometimes you could be surprised that some of the static crashes you hear are 1,000 miles away. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you on board, says there was 2 versions of the Super Radio 3. One was made by GE and the other one by RCA. And so the RCA was garbage. The one I have anyways is garbage. I can tell you that. It's I purchased mine because I was curious. I got it at Canadian Tires here in Canada, and the reason I purchased it because they were always selling it for like $140 ish. That price range was not what I wanted to pay for just an AM/FM radio. And one day it went down to $69, and they had a little Ethon, what was it? Ethon 100 or 300 or a little red. I need to take it out. I haven't taken that radio out in a long time. A little red shortwave portable. So it was taped over. So they had taped one over every box of GE Super Radio 3s. So you had two radios for 69. So that day when I saw it, I was like, oh, I got two radios for 69 bucks. Now that's my price range. So I took it, and anyway, I should make videos of my Super Radio 3 to show you guys. The dial is completely off. I mean, I actually put little stickers to, tell me where exactly I'm tuned and the frequencies, because it's completely off from the markings on the dial. It's a total mess. A total mess. LVR Steelworks, as far as the amateur radio exam issue goes for the technician class, rather than asking about electrical circuitry, it should ask more about operational courtesy and how to operate. Definitely people don't know how to operate. And that, even with, old timers, you particularly see it in contests where people are just, don't have any courtesy. It's like just jump on everybody and who cares. There's a lot of that. Chris G7VEO, don't think there is much broadcasting on long wave from UK, BBC gone. No, from the UK, I think there's not much left, but there's still some stations in some parts of Europe and the Middle East, though. James Farley, they should make a new license class. Ham radio operators are just basic rules and protocols. Yeah. If you look at, like, the way they do it here in Canada, your basic license, you have two basic licenses when you make your exam. If you don't reach at least, what is it, 80% or something? I don't even remember anymore. You get just the basic ham license, and you're not allowed HF privileges. You're stuck on the VHF, UHF ranges only. And if you do more than 80% in your score, you get what's called basic with honors, which is what I got. That gives you full HF capability. I find that to be nice, because it's like, well, if your knowledge is not good enough, yeah, you're stuck with a more basic license. And if your knowledge is good enough, I got 92% on my exam. So at 92%, my knowledge is good enough to have more privileges, and that I find okay. It's an okay way of doing things. Now I'm starting to think about getting my advanced license. It's something that I kind of feel like I want. I also want to set up a 10-meter beacon that would transmit all the time. I don't know, set it up on the balcony with like a little 5-watt automatic transmitter. I'd love to do that. I'm not sure, but I believe you need to have advanced licensing to do things like that. I need to check that out more. There's a few things that I'm not sure in the rules. But I definitely want to have, anyways, my advanced license. I would like to, because it opens the door to more stuff. There are things you can do that you can't do with a basic license, and it appeals to me. I realized something this week. I realized that I fell into a pattern. And that pattern is giving me a more boring experience in amateur radio. And the first thing I thought this week is, no, I got to get out of that pattern. I got to do some stuff more. I got to do going on a band and call CQ more often. All sorts of things like that I kind of, pushed away, and I just do the basic same thing all the time. And it's like, no, there's so much stuff in the amateur radio that no, I want to do more. I want to have, like this summer, one of the goals this week that I thought is get yourself a decent little directional antenna to be able to communicate with amateur satellites, for example. It's something I've always wanted to do. There are things like that that I want to do. So, I know that would be exciting enough that it would, like, drive my amateur radio bug even further away. Like, do more, and maybe at the same time have, some of you, because part of my job here is what? It's not just to talk about I got my ham license and so on. Part of my job here is also looking at you guys and saying, this is what I can do, and this is I'm doing, and look, I'm doing it, with simple equipment. That also is the other thing I think that is greatly needed in the hobby. You have all of these guys with very, very fancy antenna farms, and I think sometimes this might scare away some newbies, because they're like, well, you need a $2,000 transceiver and then these big antennas that I can't set up. And it's like, no. You don't need all of that. You can have a much more basic and less expensive setup. And you know what? The perfect example, I got a fancy radio, the FTDX10. But the perfect example here is, look at how many contacts on amateur radio I've done around the world, and I've got a very simple half-wave end-fed antenna, which is basically a wire in my backyard. And you can't set up a wire outside. Well, there are other things. There's a friend of mine, John Fisher, down in Massachusetts, and he lives in a condo. He can't set up anything outside. Well, he's got an antenna inside his condo that he's set up. And I mean, he's made contacts all over the world. So the idea that you need a fancy setup to do things, it's not totally right. Oh yeah, it'll be harder for you to do contacts than others. But you know what? You still can do it. So me doing all of this, part of my job is to also have everybody excited about amateur radio and about radio in general, and show that with a very simple setup, you can hear things, you can do things with radio. And we've got to appeal to people with that, because not everybody has $2,000 to dish for a radio, or can put fancy quad antennas in the backyard 50 feet high. And there's much simpler than that, and much simpler that works, does the job. So LVR still works in the US. What would be tech class AMs are being replaced by GMRS. It's actually just getting on the radio and doing VHF, UHF with repeaters. Endians, I think your knowledge of your field is outstanding. Thank you so much. Marty 68, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. And 57, Steve DX, his husband. Cool. Pretty cool. So, Jean Arash, with the knowledge you have now, would you be able to build your own rig? That knowledge, building your own rig, is more of a knowledge of the electronics behind it, understanding how it works. So it's not per se an amateur or radio knowledge, it's more of an electronics knowledge. Building a radio from scratch because you understand the electronics and the radio principles together. So, that is a mix of all of that together, the electronics and partly understanding, of course, the physics of radio, what you need and how it works. So, you know, I would not design my own rig, but I could build a rig, yes, technically, if I've got all the parts and stuff. But, you know, from scratch, to looking at a schematic online, for example. Stuff like that, you know. I've actually done that a lot in the past. The you know, basic radio circuitry and stuff. I was a teenager, and I would look at, you know, schematics of a basic AM radio, for example, and build it, and you know, stuff like that, which I really enjoyed, you know. Like I went to the patio, tablet PC wouldn't let me sign on, camera not working. Okay, that's nice. Jasmine, AI will also be good for utility listening in terms of tuning frequencies which are active automatically. Yeah, AI has a lot of, you know, a lot of people don't like AI, but AI has a lot of advantages that could be very nice for a hobby. Michael, nice to have you on board. And today's beverage is a Barry's Gold Tea. A little sugar and a spot of milk and a radio. That sounds perfect. Perfect. Blogger Die, it had an update pending, I found, and someone that disabled the camera going out again. Good luck. Muzzle record, noise reduction on the RTL is not bad. A bit distorted, but what do you want for $40? Yeah, well, the noise reduction is not from the RTL itself. The noise reduction of any SDR is made in the software. It's your computer doing it. It's not the device. The device does not have the noise reduction itself. It's really the software and the algorithm that was programmed to go through it. For example, if you've looked at some of the videos this week, I showed you on SDR Connect the noise reduction on voice transmissions on the shortwave bands, and I mean, it's pretty impressive using the SDR Play device that I have, the network SDR. But like I said, the software processes that. Your computer's processing that, not the device itself. I often say, you know, don't forget one thing: an SDR is a very expensive device in reality, because even if it's an RTL SDR, even if you just paid $30 for it, you are plugging it on possibly $1,000 computer. You're actually using $1,000 radio. Don't forget that the cost of the computer needs to be factored in with the device, because they work together. You need the computer to work the SDR. So James Farley, one of the easiest stations to identify, Radio Romania. Yeah, and you know, not just with the way they do stuff, because it's easy, yeah, with the little tunes in between the news, and I've noticed that in most of the language services, it's the same woman. So I recognize her voice, actually. So when she's in Romanian, I know it's Radio Romania. I recognize her, you know. LVR Steelworks says you can't have technician operational, general for curious, and extra guys who solder radios together. Yeah, why not? You know, and each has its own capabilities and things it could do or not. You know, but you know, there's I call it the perfect example of the government doesn't care. Look at here in Canada. So the ham licensing has been sent through the ISED, okay, which is I always try to remember. Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada. That's where it's all happening now. They've decided that once you pass your exam, your license is free. It doesn't cost you a thing to get your ham license. They send you that little diploma, that little paper, and it's for life. They don't ask money. They don't care. And I think it just shows that the government is like, okay, yeah, well, we don't want to handle any of that. And probably even if you paid a fee like $40, paying that fee of $40 would cost them more to process than the fee itself. So it's like, yeah, just send the paper and there you go, and you got it for life, and we don't care anymore. And I think it tells us that it's an example of here in Canada, the government just saying, you know what, we don't want the hassle of having to deal with all of that. Just give the guy the license, and there you go. And his call sign, and that's it. The only fee there is if you want to have a different call sign, if you want to change your call sign, for example, or have an extra call sign. That has a fee. I think it's something like $40 or $60. I don't remember exactly. But for the simple, just give your license, it's free and it's for life, which I find fine. The only thing that I regret on that is I wish there would be a 10-year check, just a little, email every 10 years of, you're still alive and are still doing ham radio, and, and that's it. Because the life for your ham license in Canada is 120 years. So if somebody dies and he's, 75, if nobody tells the ISCD that he's dead, but that license is stuck, that call sign is stuck, and it's going to be stuck until the age of 120. So it removes a lot of calls that maybe people would like to grab that will be just frozen in time, as long as it doesn't make 120 years. My family will not go to the ISCD say, oh man, he's dead. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody doesn't even know. And which is the case for probably everybody else. Mr. Stongrove, we used to have a local analog cable network in a house where I previously lived. Then went out with snow settling in a big dish on the roof of the local school. Yep. Block and Ice finally on the patio. I'm jealous. I want to go join you now. I'll be outside in the warm weather. Under 19657, my local bar had dish TV and everything went out during heavy rain or snow. Yep. James Farley, I think in America they should start broadcasting on long wave like Europe. That would be honestly, that would be a if the AM band was something that was popular and people needed an expansion of it, I would say, yeah, why not? But with the state of the AM radio band of North America, stations, it's not dying in a way. It's just slowly, every year we have a few stations less. I think there's enough space on the AM band for anyone that wants a radio station. The real expansion, I think, in North America that needs to happen is on the FM dial. We're stuck with 88 to 108. Well, why not do like others? Now it's time to use the expanded band, go 64 to 108. Add more to the frequencies so that there's more stations that could be there. Here in Montreal, there's pretty much no space left on the FM band. If you put an expanded FM band, yeah, why not? Indine's question: do you consider yourself an analog person in a digital world? I would consider myself more of a hybrid. Both of those. Analog, yes, but digital also. Depends what I do. Dr. Arshid Joshi says, thank you, Joe, for your kind insight on the future of shortwave broadcasting. Duly appreciated. Yes, China has been going gaga here in Asia for years now. Yeah. They know when it's important to be there. They know it's important to have all of those signals. That's where, when you see things like VOA going away, you're like, you guys don't know what you're doing right now. So, AM medium wave is, Justin said no one I know ever listens to AM medium wave. AM radio is a thing that, there are people listening, definitely. I mean, some of the stations that make the most money are on AM. But, it's because they're there and you want to listen to, and it depends on the market where you are. I'd like to have a survey of a bunch of people and ask them, what do you do? What are you doing? Do you listen to the radio, for example? Is that something you do? And the thing about that is, I can't see much people listening to. I can't see much people listening to AM radio in general. There are some, and there is an audience out there, definitely. I think FM radio is more popular for multiple reasons. AM radio certainly has a market because there's a lot of stations making a lot of money on AM. But it also goes with the generation it's like, look at people look at millennials. You don't see them with a radio. You see them with their devices. But I don't know. Joe Walker, I found a site selling Harris Falcon 3 AN PRC 152 A handheld radios. Not sure how this could be legal. Seems there are a lot of gray areas with the sale of radios. The problem with the radios, and there's a lot of things that are sold out right now that you can get easily. Look at this rat-tail little thing. It's a beautiful little handheld. There's a transceiver. It transmits everywhere, which already puts it in the illegal category. Plus, in many parts of the world, to have anything that transmits in the handbands, you gotta have a license to own it. There's just no checks. Nobody checks if I emailed XH Data explaining my concern of their transceiver that they sent me. And I mean, it's a cool little device. It's a complex little device. I mean, that thing is amazing what it does for the price. And the thing is, the big problem is the mix things together. They mix. It's approved by the FCC, so it must be legal to sell it. And that is two different things. Approved by the FCC doesn't mean you can sell it to anybody. If the FCC actually knew that those are just sold to anyone that wants one, I'm not sure the FCC would be that happy about it. There needs to be a background check, but nobody does that. And when I actually kind of confronted XH Data for that, they just kind of replied back, well, it's FCC approved, and we don't have the resource to check if people have a hand license or have. Yeah, I get it, but that's where rules are broken, and I am going a step further with these radios. What scares me of these radios is that anybody can buy one. Anybody can punch in a frequency and start using them as if they were just standard walkie-talkies, with, of course, zero knowledge that you're not supposed to. So what prevents you from, say you punch in a Marine VHF frequency by accident? Now you're on the Marine bands, which you shouldn't be, with your devices. These are things that, think about it, it could be dangerous in a way. You can interfere with actual police frequencies. That's also scary. Thank God they have the decency of not allowing these radios to be on, transmit on the airband, because that would be catastrophic. But there's a lot of, there's gray areas, but there's also, now we're getting all of these stuff and there's just no background checks anywhere anymore. It's like FCC approved devices for noise. Why do we have a lot of noise? There are still out there rules that say that a device cannot emit more noise than a certain criteria. But we go online and we buy junk, or we buy all sorts of stuff, not very expensive stuff, and it's super noisy, and it's actually technically illegal because it shouldn't be noisy like that. It's not supposed to be. But that, once again, there's no more checks, there's no more background checks of anything. It's not like in the 70s or 80s when a company created a device, had to get it tested and show that it did not, emit more noise than what is expected off of the device, and before they can actually sell it to everybody. Today we just buy stuff from everywhere, including China, and most of it comes from China today because it's so inexpensive. But the rules are not followed anymore. There's no more rules. Where it's international rule. It's like, send me the device. I don't care. It's going to wipe out the bands for everybody. But hey, a perfect example of that is a lamp that I have in my kitchen, which is very beautiful, very noisy. That thing needs to be off when I want to do radio. It is crazy noisy. It's not supposed to be like that, but it's just that the price of everything would increase if they had to start doing it, one. And because of, we're just receiving tons of stuff from everywhere, everything just goes through and nobody cares, technically, Um, Jeff K had the SDR in my car on Amazon ready to ship. I'm clicking and it doesn't ship. Someone bought it right out of my cart. What? Chrissy, when I heard build a rig, my immediate thought was building a PC. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. I hope that you're making good recovery. Yeah, a little bit of cough, as you guys could see, but no, it's much better. I might have missed some comments, by the way, guys, because my browser crashed and I'm missing part of the chat now. I kind of jumped over maybe 15 minutes. So if you have asked a question and you see that in 5-10 minutes from now, I not answered it, maybe just ask it again. Blogadai, really strong signal, 11870 on DXing DE15, 20-foot wire, and booming on the quota send. So it's on 11870. Let's check it out here. Am I getting anything here? 1187. Got nothing here. Could have been earlier though. What is there here? Spain on 12030. Weak, but Brazil probably on 11780. Madagascar World Voice on 11610, pretty good. By the way, Radio Nacional Amazonas Brazil is going to have a 5-minute Spanish, 5-minute English for a total of a 10-minute transmission starting March 31st, this coming Monday. It's supposed to be at 0150 UTC, but we're not sure the time because I've seen 3 different times mentioned in 3 different blogs. I've seen 2250 in one place, or 150 in another place, and I don't remember the other one. So check it out. Apparently they added a 5-minute English and 5-minute Spanish because they get so many QSL requests from around the world that they thought it'd be fun to add a little something. So cool. Well, I'll be checking it out on Monday, that's for sure, and see if it's there, and of course posting a video about it. So 6180 and 11780, possibly at 0150 UTC. It's supposed to be daily. If you don't hear anything at 0150, I suggest trying 2250 UTC. But we'll see. But that's kind of cool. Andrew, Texan PL330 on order as of 2 days ago from Anonco. Can't wait. You're gonna have a lot of fun with that. It's a great little radio, can tell you that. Jim Gordon's beverage is a Guinness and a wee dram of whiskey. Cool. Glenn McEnroe says, are active loop antennas better for a condo indoor shortwave radio use? Usually what you want to have is a magnetic loop. A magnetic loop antenna will often be better. And they are capable of, eliminating some types of noise that you'll have around you. So a magnetic loop antenna is what you want to get if you're inside a condo, if you want to try shortwave. Jasmine, what about standalone SDRs? They're not 1,000. Well, yeah, the basic entry ones are not 1,000. But the good ones, the ones that have really the most features, are more expensive. But yeah, like the Malahite, stuff like that, but they're still a few $100. And they're interesting, they do stuff. But they don't do all of the stuff that you do on an SDR with a more powerful computer running on it. There are things that they don't do. But yeah, they are surprising. They could be very surprising. Could be very surprising. Check it out here. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board from the UK. Low Calorie Pizza Fund. Donation for a low calorie pizza fund. Thank you, Nicole. Much appreciated. Always nice to have you on board. And like I said every time now, that in the next few couple of months, there'll be 2 more memberships to CIDX. So best of luck, hopefully. Kid61 used a $35 Raspberry Pi from our RTL SDR dongle, so it can be reasonable to operate. Yep, definitely. Jeff K, best way to learn radio and antennas besides reading is joining a local ham club. Go to hamfests, look at the equipment, talk to people. Yeah. Basel record, computer just under 200. Jeff, N4ZHM, nice to have you here. Just got a SDR Play RSP1B. And using a 80 to 10 meter vertical antenna with it. Works great. Works very well for shortwave listening. Absolutely. It's a great little SDR. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you on board. Kev Michael, can a Pro 525 be converted to P25 digital? Let me just check. Bro, 525 scanner. Yeah, no problem. No. Well, not really. Because it's not made for decoding the P25 stuff. You're better off with, like using, you can use an RTL SDR and use plugins on SDR Sharp, Philip Jones, here in Flint, North Wales, I get Radio Romania International and 774 kilohertz medium wave. Cool. Jim Gordon, the auction site just now seems to be flooded with cheap SI 4732 and TF radios from China. Yeah, there's a lot of those. That are coming out right now. Absolutely. I can tell you, Chrissy, that as far as shortwave radio listening itself, the 990X from Texan is vastly superior because it doesn't overload like the LC90 does, and it is not, with an external antenna and internal antenna, it's less noisy because even though they did a great job in eliminating a lot of the noise, you do get a better reception of shortwave on the 990X. We got to put the Shuang LC90 in the category that it is into. It's a hybrid. It's an internet radio, a shortwave radio with SSB. And if you're looking for a mix of both, yeah, it does decently well what it needs to do. And it was greatly improved with all the firmware updates that were done on that radio. But if I would be a shortwave fanatic only and internet radio just from time to time, I would not get an LC90. I would get, Texan PL990 or something like that, because that actually does work better. Especially in weak signals, you see a huge difference in the performance of both. And if you use an external antenna, the PL990 will blow away the LC90 in that range. because it overloads too easily. So that's why I think it's like both are in their own niche market of what radio is. You're either want an LC90 because you want the best of both worlds, and it does it decently on both sides. Or if you really want to be a DXer of shortwave, you'll definitely get a Texan PL990 instead, or even a much less expensive like PL330 or something like that will do a better job because it doesn't overload as much and it does receive better. And Chrissy, if you're looking at an SDR, then personally, if you have an LC90 and because you already have a portable radio for shortwave, and like I said, it's decent, it's okay. I would not even think about a 990X, Chrissy. I would just go to the SDR Player RSP1B. Get that, play with that on your computer. You'll have a lot more fun. A lot more fun. Jim Gordon, the staff of Radio Marti has returned to its work. The problem is the broadcasts have not started back again. So we're thinking if the staff is back, when could it start again, if it ever does? And also, what exactly will it broadcast? Because I'm pretty sure the program will have changed. So it's something to look at, because the main frequencies, and that's one of the things, by the way. Like 11860 is one of the frequencies. It's still empty right now. 11930, it's still empty. One of the things that we're wondering is, has the Greenville transmitter side been damaged or not in the way that it was shut down, and can it still work well? Because that also, they need not only the staff of the Radio Marti to be there, we need to have the people back at the transmitter side too. So we'll see. We'll see. Where it has a huge edge, Chrissy, the PL990, is when you start using an external antenna. If you ever use an external antenna, the LC90 is unusable on external antennas. It just overloads like crazy. KW61 kind of says, I wonder what a 120-year-old Jill will DX. Man, if I'm still here at 120, I'll be doing a live show for it. Of course, a lot of people won't be here anymore, because that's, what, I'm 56, so it's going to be 64 years from now. And I'm not sure I want to go to 120 anyways. Madeline St. Kitts, nice to have you on board. Hello there, nice to have you here. Ron Troto says, Glenn Hauser reported that 1180 kilohertz out of Marathon, Florida was on the air in 1955. So they put back programming on medium wave. Okay, they put back programming on medium wave, but it's not on shortwave. So that's interesting. Huh. Okay. Okay. So 1180 kilohertz medium wave. As you could have read about impossible expansion of the FM band down to at least 80 megahertz. And they should. I mean, that frequency range, which was used for analog TV, isn't used anymore. Expand it. Just expand it. It's time to do it. I mean, why not? Can tell you that. Luna Loud, Poppy Prescott. Nice to have you here. PL368 and Countycom GP7 are great. Yep. Rock and Rod, I have an IMAX 2010 on my chimney, about 40 feet high. We just checked what that is. IMAX 2000. Base station antenna. Okay. Yeah, okay. First, it's meant to be 12 to 10 meters. Okay. If you don't have too much noise, it could be decent. It reminds me of 102-inch CB antenna. So, you know, the receive, I would guess, would be less and less effective as you go down far away from the intended frequency range. But it could work, yeah. That's ways to try it. Kevin Michael, getting TV from a TV app, is that still TVDX? Not really. Not really. Jim's radio check. As much as I've always hated internet radio, lately it's been my radio of choice. You know, I've been doing a lot of most of you know, the stations. I can see something weird is happening here on the laptop. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so I've been making a list of interesting broadcasts that can be listened to through internet radio. Because one of the things I like doing, you know, that I'm using what's being sent to me. And so, of course, you guys have seen this Show You On R1, which is beautiful, very beautiful radio, and it is shortwave and FM, but I use it more on the Bluetooth, like as a Bluetooth speaker, and I kind of link it to my PC or my phone, and will listen to radio stations like, an example, either streaming Radio Australia or podcasts coming out of Radio Sweden, that they have this Radio Sweden Weekly, Radio Prague, Radio Slovakia, things like that. Makes it feel like it's a radio, but it's kind of cool to listen to those their podcasts. So I've been listening a lot more lately to stuff like that, not counting, of course, the LC90, which of course is very often my go-to radio for anything that is podcasts. So the Show You On the Show You On LC90 is often my go-to, and I will often use, because they have sent me the A8W, which is a very portable version of the of an SDR, a streaming radio. And for like going somewhere, I just link it to my phone and I stream stuff on it, which I kind of like. I almost feel like, you know, being in the like since I've received basically the showing receivers, I've been kind of searching more about anything streaming. And I mean, since they've been using Chat GPT AI for the search has been so cool and so easy to do. It understands what you want. It knows what you're searching for. So, I'll just go and hold it and, say, oh, I want to have, BBC World Service, and it's just gonna bring me what I want. And that makes it so easy to, I'm gonna put the radio here now. Oops, sorry. Makes it so easy to use that at some point, I've started streaming a lot more stuff. And there are times now in North America, if you're not in utilities, if you're not in searching exotic signals, we are in a time where in North America in the evening, there are periods of time when there's nothing on the air to listen to with your radio itself. So the LC90 has a nice niche market for that, because it's like, oh, there's nothing much here. Well, I'm going to switch to the internet side and stream stuff. It's kind of the best of both worlds suddenly. Skyler Phoenix, I'm glad to see U.S. car companies. Yeah, that needs to stay. Even if, we talk about how AM radio you're not necessarily listening to it. In times of emergencies, it is a vital source. It is really a vital source because of its coverage. Christy says, as a millennial, I bug that trend. Most of my generation don't use them. Yep. SWAT cats, yep. Gen X here too. Dr. Arshit Joshi says, millennial from late 90s here, just in case. It's not everybody. It's like, I am amazed about the amount of young people here watching this and sharing with radios. It's always been something unique. Even before. Go back to your young days of shortwave listening. If I go back, I don't know anyone, even in the 80s, that was listening to shortwave. It's always been quite unique, and not everybody was there. It's you're there or you're not, and that's it. You like it or don't like it, Kevin Michael, Gel FM should go from 70 to 108 megahertz. JFK antennas love height. So if you can't get on your roof or in a tree, your attic is good. Scatter Phoenix, there's no magic or wonder to internet radio, no feeling or personal connection. The thing is it's a different thing, I don't have the connection on streaming that I have on listening on shortwave. Because, yes, I could, and that once again goes with our inner feeling of what all of it is. If I listen to Radio Romania, yeah, I could stream Radio Romania's English broadcast. But on my LC90, for example, if I want to listen to Radio Romania, I'm going to wait till the broadcast starts and tune in on the shortwave bands, because there's that connection and that coolness of a radio signal from Romania is crossing the Atlantic to come up to my radio and receiving it with a telescopic antenna or whatever. That feel of distance is not the same on the internet. It's kind of not there. It's just like, well, you can tune pretty much anything. So I guess it's the fact that there's no challenge to it that makes it different, but the streaming on the internet will appeal to a program listener because he can listen to his shows easily. Sorry. Okay, let's go here. Trying to go down. 54 Cal, all I listen to is AM radio for news, weather, and information talk shows. There's only, I think, NPR and FM. Ken Michael, listen to radio for DX, for entertainment. Radio Kid, I'm a fossil, I listen to AM, often for music. CFZM Zoomer sounds good on the GE Super Radio 3. Yeah, the audio, we got to give the GE Super Radio 3, the audio side is nice. It's rich, fullness of audio, for sure. I know Ed in the garden today, sifting compost, listening to all this talk about license is interesting. Back in the 60s, I had the old novice class ticket. Great way to get started, I agree. Jeff K. There's a town in New Jersey, Creskill, one of their borough radio police. I'm not sure ended up on which was not far from them. Okay, Andrew, the answer is not to buy the hardware that makes noise on other channels. Just buy well-known names. Yesu, like... Yeah, but the problem today, Andrew, is that even the stuff that's inexpensive does not make noise. It's crazy good. I don't... There used to be a time where, yes, there was that, buy something, buy a good brand. I don't appeal to that anymore. I got a frequency counter here. I was looking at the precision of the transmitters of these much less expensive devices. Honestly, I will tell you, Yaesu, ICOM, and Kenwood are in danger. Because as the market will be flooded with very inexpensive stuff that, honestly, is very good. Very good. What will be the appeal to buy a $2,000 radio in 5 years, 10 years? Apart from the ham that wants the good gear, that knows and loves a specific brand, I gotta tell you, a lot of new hams will be like, oh, look at that thing, it's $55. That's exactly what I want on 2 meters. The cheapest Yaesu transceiver, handheld transceiver, is 3 times the price of a lot of the stuff that's out there that actually works for what you want to do. We're getting into that blur line where there used to be cheap stuff that would be bad and do spurs everywhere. Now it's inexpensive stuff that's darn good and darn precise. It's very, very surprising. Hey, Mad Reader DXer, the winner of a CIDX membership. Nice to have you here. Bob's Old Record, yay, I was listening to Radio Amazonas yesterday. Yep. WF7I Homebrew, we had unlicensed ops on our local club repeater a few months ago. They were laying claim to the frequency. We're out hunting, I guess. We're told it was for licensed radio operators, and they vanished. Yeah, and that is going to be more and more of things that's going to happen in the future. We're going to get more and more of unwanted people talking everywhere. Jeff King, nice to have you here from Jacksonville, Florida. What else do we have? Kim Michael, remember interference with truck drivers on VHF Marine in the 80s and 90s. Bluegrass Dan, have you heard about any pricing increases on text and radios after April 2nd? I may need to buy S2000 or S2200X sooner than later. Well, I can tell you one thing. Every time somebody talks about an increase in tariffs, radios will increase. So the radios will get more expensive. That's for sure. Anything that comes in from whatever country has tariffs, things will increase. Unfortunately. RJ Dakota, dozens of stations across medium wave and FM carry coast to coast AM. Trustin just ordered an SI 4732 with new firmware updates. So yeah, I'm looking into that one. I can tell you that. Ken, I thought that was a kale pizza. Oh god. My story with kale is with the I had good food meals that were delivered from time to time, and for some reason they are really popular with kale. Probably because it doesn't cost much compared to other types of salads or whatever of vegetable, and it's like, oh god, every time it's like, what is this crap? I can't. Oh man. Old radios make use of the old Linux ThinkPad if useful. Jim Gordon, the Dutch station Radio Delta has been coming in strong on 9800 during local daytime here in Scotland. Programs are mostly pop music. You guys have a lot in Europe. There's so many different stations, either low-powered licensed stations or even pirates. It's just crazy. Ken Michael, still no ship traffic on 12 megahertz yet. Yeah, you gotta stand there and try the different channels, or there's a few things you can do. You can check out the digital stuff on 12 megahertz also. That could be there. That DSC, the digital, what is it? The Marine DSC decoder. The I've kind of have a few videos of checking out the DSC type signals, which is kind of cool. And you would have a lot of comm there pretty regularly. The digital selective calling digital stuff, and 12577 is a popular frequency where there's a lot of traffic on it. 12577, and you just use one of those pieces of software for that, like what is it that I use? DSC, yeah, YAD, YADD, DSC decoder is not too bad, and you would have decoding of these of digital signals. So you can try that, but like I said, since the majority of the stuff is now satellite comms. There's not a lot happening. Joe Walker thinks SDR Play will ever get SDR Connect ported to Android. Thought that was one of the things they said. It is going to be ported to Android at some point. I guess they're just focusing on the software because it's still in beta. So they're still focusing on trying to make the software better. But at some point, it is the goal of SDR Play to have Android version for the device. One thing that you need to know is that if you buy an SDR Play device, you can buy their network drive, their network SDR, the NRSP ST. That would work through the browser because you can use a browser to connect to the device. So whether you're on an iPhone or on an Android, on a Chromebook, you would be capable of controlling and having the browser with your SDR. That would work. Chrissy, oh, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know, Joe. I still use my LC90 and the updates have made it much better to use. Yep. But I think in your case, really the best of the best, go for an SDR. You already have a portable radio that has shortwave, the LC90. Go for an SDR. Blagadai 11610 Madagascar booming on Sansui F50 with telescopic. Wow. Yeah, I think they're in Mandarin Chinese when I mentioned it. Arjun Wiesman says, I'm hearing National Amazon about 11780 and 6180 here in Europe right now. 780 is strongest. So, yeah, I think it's going to be... Chrissy, the 990X has Bluetooth, yes. You can even make phone calls through it. Old radios. I'm not finding many standalone internet radios as much. I had one, but they changed the server. Yeah, the one that you, when there was the receiver servers. You know, I have a St. Gian WFR32, and I'm mad as hell at St. Gian. It was working great, and they pushed a firmware update, I don't know, a couple of months back. Since then, it's a piece of crap. It disconnects all the time. And I'm just really mad. I actually wrote them a pretty long email saying, you know what, if you're going to push shitty firmware updates that, you know, make the radio not work well. And they actually sent back an email saying, well, we have not heard of any problems. And I said, I have at least 4 or 5 emails from people that bought it because I talked about it that all complain that there's disconnects all the time. Yes, there's a problem. Wake up. I mean, oh, God. I'm mad as hell at St. Jean with that one. Kathy Thief from my backyard about a month ago heard Radio Amazonia using the Seacrane Skywave with telescopic. Got a QSL e-card in Sacramento, California area. Cool. So, you know, starting Monday, March 31st, possibly at 0150 UTC, 5 minutes Spanish, 5 minute English. So it's going to be interesting. The reason you don't want to use your phone and a Bluetooth speaker is you want to leave your phone alone to do something else. You don't want necessarily your phone to have a battery drain because you're streaming. Internet-only radios, I totally understand why you want one. Because you want a standalone device that does it all. That doesn't require to connect your phone all the time. Plus, internet radios, if your phone gets, you know, if you got to start playing with notifications or the calls or stuff because it interrupts your stream all the time. Yes, you can do that. But and use your phone and a Bluetooth speaker and it's fine. But an internet radio, a standalone internet radio, is great. And personally, I find it better than using the phone and a Bluetooth speaker together. But it's everybody does it the way they want, and RJ Dakota, I don't like listening, using my phone to listen to radio. It gets used too often as it is. That's why I like the idea of using an internet radio. Yeah. You know, your phone does so many things that sometimes you know your phone is not what you want to use to do that. For sure, you know. Scatter Phoenix, so I can use your phone all you want and have music playing in the background. Yeah. Yep. FMJ45, nice to have you here. Jasmine's going to be 88. Andrew says you can make it to 120. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to make it to 120. Chris C says on Torrent and what I want to buy. Bluetooth is a great option paired with a phone tablet, but having the option to browse for stations is appealing. I will figure it out on payday. Yeah. Jim Gordon, what does Paul think of the new Snow White, or does he prefer Tom and Jerry? I would guess he prefers Tom and Jerry. Kenneth says, I wonder if management of Radio Marti is having them send their shows to Congress. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. RJ Dakota, Voice of Greece, still on the internet radio. Ron Troto, hoping Medheads have not stripped the copper from Greenville site. Yeah. What is the biggest problem is the fact that they apparently shut it down in a way that is not proper to shut down very high-powered transmitters. So let's cross our fingers. How much frequencies can I get the most aircraft reception on? If you're talking about HF, look at where you are and what are the different air traffic control stations, and then depending on the time of day, you know, like here in Montreal, close to the East Coast, you know, New York and Gander are the dominant stations for air traffic control. So I've got several frequencies like 5616, 5520, 8913, and so many others that have constant traffic on them. It's like there's always something. It depends where you are, and so check the ones that are closer. Like on the West Coast is San Francisco. That is the main station. Look at the frequencies and what you'll hear from them. And if propagation is really good, sometimes you hear overseas, like I hear on 46. What's the frequency? 46. I forgot the frequency. 4654. 46. Anyways, there's a frequency in 46. Yeah, somewhere there. And there was a 4 megahertz. I hear Shannon in Ireland, our air traffic control also. And of course, you got to follow the daytime, nighttime pattern, so you go up or down in frequency depending on daytime, nighttime. Scatter Phoenix, what frequency is Radio Australia on? They're not on shortwave anymore, so you're not going to find Radio Australia. Alright, J Dakota, always happy with the Ocean Digital, still supports the aggregator for its receivers. I bought it years ago and it still works great. Matt, MD2, nice to have you on board from Colorado. And of course the VHF aircraft, like Radio Kid says, 108 to 137. Luna Loud Bobby Brisket says, or again, they're showing internet shortwave radio. Chrissy, that is true, and I've learned on listening to podcasts or international stations online like BBC or World Radio Network. Radio Kids, speaking of Scanner, Whistler went out of business in December, and now they are back under new management. Jasmine says, we found it because you're on YouTube. So Jasmine says, I would never have known about shortwave radio if it weren't for this channel. Yeah, that's one thing I did think about that. The fact that, because YouTube's average age of viewers is very young. YouTube appeals to the younger generation. Of course, TikTok has kind of taken place on a lot of young generation today. But definitely, I guess, when you think about it, there were so many looking at maybe live content or any content, and that are young, and there's like they just stumbled on this, and what's this all about? Or shortwave radio, or listening to stations from around the world on the radio. What is that? And those that it appealed to kind of stuck, and because I'm surprised at the amount of young viewers, honestly, here. Old radio has been fascinated by old analog TVs and radios since early 2000s. Mr. Ramen Noodles, nice to have you here. Born in 82. So, cool. Cool. It's interesting to see all the people that definitely have, over time, gone here. Radio Kids, speaking of emergency, WGU 20 in Chevy Chase, Maryland was long wave because the extended ground wave signal it produced was supposed to be relatively immune to the effects of a nuclear detonation. Well, that's interesting. Jasmine, this hobby is about how people listen more than what the content is. There's always been two major types of radio geeks and radio listeners. There was the content listener that wants to use shortwave and hearing content, and that is a dying breed because the content is less and less there. So a lot of the content listener might be searching for different ways, or they might be the ones that could go into streaming, for example. But the DXer is the other category, that they listen to whatever out there on the radio because it's just cool to hear a signal. I still remember one comment one day is like, I posted a video of the 4XZ Israel military Morse code station received here in Montreal. And the comment was, I don't get it why this is fascinating to you or interesting to you. And that's just the thing. That's something that you either get or you don't get. There's no explaining it. Because if immediately listening to that signal in Morse code, that, yeah, you have no idea what it's saying. And yeah, it's just, dashes and dots. If you go crazy thinking, wow, this comes from all the way from Israel as a radio signal into my radio, oh yeah, you're hooked. It's like, oh, this is so cool. I don't care if I don't know what it says. It's just so cool. It's a signal from Israel to here. But if you don't get that, if that is not something that makes you, you know, like, go crazy, or like, you just like, you don't understand it, of course, you're not going to get into the hobby. It's like, what the hell? This guy is listening to some weird signal on a radio. I don't get it. That's the thing. And a lot of us are in the category of, I don't care if it's listenable or not. It's just so cool that I'm listening to something coming out of that country up to here. You know? It's like ham radio. I was telling someone that was looking for DX. What can I DX? I like DXing. DXing is simple. It's listening to stations from far away. The more exotic, the better. And I said, if you like exotic places, and well, the CQWPX contest this weekend has a lot of exotic countries and islands that are never on the bands. And it came back to me and said, well, I don't see the appeal of, tuning to ham bands just to have the contacts of these stations. And I'm like, because you got to understand, that is DX. You are listening to a station from this little island. It's a signal coming from far away, from an exotic place. Yeah, it's a ham contact. But once again, that's, you get it or you don't. Yesterday when I participated in the WPX contest, and I've got that, like when I participated in the CQ Worldwide in October, I got one guy saying, I'm a ham, I don't get it. Why this is fun. And I said, well, if you don't get it, you probably will never want to be in a contest. You're not that type of ham radio operator. I get it because I'm like, oh, look at that station from Bulgaria. Yes, we just exchange a quick contact and signal and whatever. But you know what? I'm happy. Once it's completed, I just talked SSB voice. My signal from this radio in my antenna went all the way to Bulgaria. And he answered, and that signal went all the way from Bulgaria to Montreal. It's cool. But that's the thing. It's either you understand it or you don't. So we are a very different breed of people, honestly. So, what else do we have? Yeah, Bob's Old Records, club meetings, conventions. Yeah, because in the day before the internet, if you wanted to meet people, you had to go at some event, Turbo Tim, can't get my SDR to work. Windows 11 requires I purchase unzip from them. I'm frustrated. No, you don't need to purchase unzip at all. Actually, Windows 11 does zip files. You don't need to buy anything. And Windows 11 unzips files itself. It's now in File Explorer. Something's wrong with the file you've got. You've got to, you install something or did, I don't know what, because you don't need anything. And you don't even need to download anything. You have unzip capabilities in File Explorer directly. Something's wrong in what you have installed. Because even File Explorer in Windows 11 does 7-zip, does zip files, does RAR. You don't even need to download anything anymore. That file has a different file format. Jean Arash, the Thrill Ops Shortwave is getting a signal from far away, which was something back when the internet did not exist. Nowadays, the fun is more in the actual programs. My thing is listening to foreign languages. But it's still something today, Jean Arash. There's still the two categories. They're still here today. DXing and listening to faraway signals. Madrid DXer, thank you for selecting me as one of the winners. I already read your utility column, which I enjoyed. Thank you so much. And, well, you know, it was pure. It was really pure chance. I just put my finger on the paper and it's like, oh, John Clinton. Codar on 4 megahertz. Yeah, there's a lot of Codar on 4 megahertz. There's also some on 12. But yeah, there's a lot of Codar 4 megahertz. WF Center Brown Brew. It's always been middle-aged and up hobby for the most part from the 80s and beyond from my experience. Andrew, info overload on HD models. Any you recommend for someone who is new and thinking about a ham license? David Porter, nice to have you on board. Salut, David. Nice to have you here. Brian Penny, wait a second. I didn't win the drawing last week. I guess I'll just have to continue working for free. Yeah, I'm very sorry, Brian, but I intentionally removed your name from the list because there was just no sense in drawing your name in here. Or keep it for Sunday, maybe. I don't know. For those that don't know, all of our editors of a column, Brian Penny is one. Does the Pirate Radio column. Editors of the columns and the Messenger and the CIDX Bulletin, we all have our subscriptions for free to kind of thank us for doing what we do. So it's just funny. David in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? As usual, nice to have you here. And no problem. You know, we can't always make it. By the way, guys, just a big quick reminder before we continue the show. If you like what I do, I'm here all the time. Super Chat. You can click on that little dollar bill and give a little something. It's much appreciated. It helps a lot. You have no idea. Helps us continue. Helps us do more. Buy radios. And do content you love. So Super Chat is one of the things you can do. And of course, if you want me to make sure that I get a meal tonight, there's the pizza fund that you can go through PayPal also. And this pizza fund helps me not starve to death. And I want to thank Nicole Phillips and I want to thank Blogger for sending a donation to make sure I don't starve. And thanks so much, guys, for your devotion, your donations. And like I said, again, the names, everybody that donates starting from this week and into the next couple of months. In about 2 months' time, roughly, we'll have another 2 CIDX membership drawing among everybody that have donated whatever amount and whatever method that you use. Okay, we have Bob's Old Records. I'm vegetarian, but I despise the wretched stuff. And we have And we have Windows does not block 7-zip at all. To Rotem. I don't know where you're downloading it from. If you're downloading it from somewhere, Windows does not block 7-zip. You got something in your security that's not right, or what you're downloading is not correct. What else do we have? Sheila Lessa says, I can't do Kale either. They can tariff that all they want. Oh, I agree with you. 1000% tariffs on Kale. Because the thing is on Windows 11, File Explorer now opens at least 7 or 8 different archives now. You don't need anything. You're supposed to have to have it working. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Shout out to Paul the Cat. Did you ever buy the Kiwi SDR? No, not yet. It's so freaking expensive here. It's like, you know, it's gonna get me like 700 Canadian dollars. It's just too darn expensive right now. I am keeping the radio fund in its place, so you know, at some point maybe. Right now I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna buy a bunch of cheaper little portable things like the SI 4732 and so on, and have several, you know, inexpensive radios. Okay, Michael, I've seen the Ethon Elite satellite radio. Is that worth anything? Well, the original Ethon Elite was not bad. The latest version, I mean, I still see it sold at places for $1,000. I mean, come on. Nope, you've got remove all the. You know what, Tubroke Tim? If that tells you that because you've got a software installed, it's not Windows that tells you that. You've got something installed that you don't need. Remove the zip. Go to the apps and choose all the zip stuff you have in the apps and remove them. You will see Windows does it on its own. You do not need any software anymore. Listen to the tech guy. Stop listening to the average population. I'm not insulting anyone here, but you do not need any software in Windows 11. Go to the app list, remove anything you see that is zip or whatever. You don't need any external pieces of crap anymore. File Explorer in Windows 11 does unzip, 7-zip, RAR, and a lot of other formats. It is now included in the File Explorer within Windows. Okay. The Argos 12, I have Sanjian WFR28 for 3 years now, and it still works great. I really enjoy listening to channels from other cities I used to live in. Bluggadai, in the US, there is a tariff exemption on stuff costing less than $800. Well, okay, that could be saving yourselves on the different stuff, the shortwave radios. What else do we have? You don't have too many radios, Blogger. Come on. Lunalat Puppy with the Sanjian WFR28 and 32 it is possible to receive. Yep. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, and there's not a lot of African stations left, so they're kind of rough. There's a French magazine called Radio Magazine that has articles all the time, several articles every week, And they had an article about Voice of Nigeria this week about how they are off the air because they have transmitter issues. And they do plan to come back, but they don't have the money to fix the transmitter. But they are willing to come back, actually. So it's kind of sad, a lot of these stations that disappeared, I say it all the time, a lot of shortwave stations disappeared. Why? Not because they shut down, because the transmitter broke. They didn't have any money to fix it. And that is, unfortunately, a sad thing. Really, really sad. Kev Michael, at the ATS 909, the digital went out. MDK2 says there's possibly no AC for the Greenville transmitters. That's apparently that will ruin them, according to Kim Andrew Elliott, Shortwave Radiogram. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. They were very savage. When we had our CIDX meeting, somebody asked a very interesting question that I've never, nobody ever, I've heard no one ask before. And it was, is there a way, how do you shut down high-powered shortwave, transmitters? And these are, of course, cooled by water. Those have several different states. For example, one of the things I didn't know, when say a 500 kilowatt transmitter is to stop transmission, they don't just turn off the power and it's gone. It's not like a ham transceiver, you just press the power button. They are kept into a state where the exciter and the oscillators need to still be maintained and water cooled. It's just not transmitting out there. And what was mentioned is that you have a certain order of things to follow in order to shut down a transmitter. And what I understand, and from what a lot of people have mentioned, is that no, they just remove the power. They just, the breaker was boop, on, it's gone. So a lot of people are saying it stopped the pumps from cooling, and the transmitters were probably running very hot because they were transmitting full power, which means no water cooling. The time it takes for that transmitter to cool down, there could be damage there. Plus, there's no control of the AC, so it's like they're now vulnerable. And a lot of people said, starting from this moment, can they actually be turned back on? And even if they would say, hey, Radio Marti can go back on shortwave tomorrow morning, is it feasible without millions and millions of dollars in repairs because they were shut down improperly? So, that's where I have a hard time. I'm hoping the overseas relays, I'm pretty sure the overseas relays, because they're not in the U.S. territory, were probably shut down in a more proper way, because they probably had the staff that said, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and, Chrissy Freitas says, kind of thinking on it now, I will just stick with my LC90 for now. If I need SDR, I will check out the online ones. Not having an external antenna would be the best use of my money. QSDRs are great. You can use that, definitely. It all depends on what you're searching for, and are you in the mode of, it's kind of cool to get that signal from my own radio. But definitely, if you do go SDR, or if you do want to spend money on something new, with an LC90, unless you're a very serious DXer that, and even there, I just answered the question. Get an SDR. Get the SDR Player RSP1B. You'll have fun with that. The waterfall is cool. It's all a question of, does it really matter that I use an external SDR like a Kiwi SDR somewhere to listen to what I want to listen to? Do I prefer having my own radio receiving the signals than get the SDR because you're going to want to have your own signals on your own radio? These are all questions you're going to answer yourself, Chrissy, because we can't answer them for you. It's the way, how do you feel about that? I mean, I use Kiwi SDRs all the time, but I do want my own SDR because I want to hear those signals on my own radio with my own antenna. The other thing you just mentioned is, well, is having an external antenna kind of a tough thing for you? Is there some kind of, where you live, difficulty in having your own external antenna? Okay, well, maybe a Kiwi SDR is better because you can't set up. These are all the things that are going to have you decide where and what actually you want to do. Okay, Michael, is there any new radios that are made by other companies that is not Ethan or Sangean? I don't want another. Well, there's Texan. Texan has a lot of good radios that you can check out. If you remove Ethan and Sangean, are you, and if we're talking real radios here, by the way, Texan is great. Or the XH Data. XH Data they have good radios too. Joe Walker, you can never have too many antennas. That definitely is true. Exactly, Jasmine. That's the thing. It's fun. That's where we connect. Fun to see what you hear at your own location. I get people sometimes writing to me, kind of jealous, saying, well, I see you're receiving all of these things, all of these signals that I don't hear in my place. And each of us are in a different situation. I consider myself living in a high noise level situation. Yet, when I compare myself to others, you know what? It might not be that high level as I thought. It seems that a lot of people are living in much worse situations than I do. And that is kind of interesting because, we have our own impressions of what's a rough environment in radio. And it's based on our own experience and on, I base my noise floor of today on something that is the noise floor that I had when I was a teenager. You can't do that really because, of course, in 1985, the noise floor was very, very low compared to today. I say it all the time. When I moved here, it's my first real experience of what noise is. I went from quiet to darn rough noise in 48 hours of just moving. And I was like, oh God, shortwave's never going to be the same thing again here. And of course, over 25 years, because I've been here 25 years, it just increased slowly year after year after year after year. It's crazy. Jasmine, TikTok has started screen holder. People's parents and grandparents are on TikTok now. Here's how we clean our dentures. You just remove your teeth and put them in this solution of ammonia and... Sorry. Okay, let's try to go down as fast as possible. Because I'm a little far behind. Old radios, have fun with that transoceanic. You make me think that tomorrow I should head to the flea market. I really, really would like to see his radios. If the ice storm isn't too bad, because I'm not going to go there and slide my way all the way. Okay, Michael, I am waiting for a good multiband from the 70s. I would like one with shortwave and VHF. Oh, man. Old radios. Early YouTube was my thing when I was younger. I've been on here since 2005. Jeff K. Hams do a thing called... Yeah, Moon Bounce. Yeah. And actually, I think it's David in Barcelona that showed that you don't need that much of a fancy equipment to actually try Moon Bounce too. That would be something I would flip over. Like, oh God, my signal just bounced off the moon. Philip Jones and his location in North Wales. You get both sides of the message on 6628 Santa Maria on this PL330 and a cheap passive Chinese blue loop antenna. So, you know, that's cool. Old radios, I'm 35 and I feel too old for it. Oh God, I'm 56 and I feel too young for it. Man. You know, I'm 56 and my head, I'm just so freaking young that it's like, I forget that I'm 56 and I'm probably an old geezer for most people. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you on board. Home from a birthday party. No problem. Why are you sorry about that? Don't be sorry. It's cool. What else do we have? KW61, will our nuclear shadows still DX after the button is pushed? Well, one of the first things that's going to happen with a nuclear event, let's say the bombs drop, most of our radios are not going to work anymore because that electromagnetic pulse is going to be so intense. It's going to blow the transistors away. But if you're lucky enough to have something like the Westinghouse tube radio here, this is going to survive it. This will survive a EMP. If you've got an old radio with tubes, they're all going to survive EMP. So, which means after you've gone through and suppose that you're not going through hell, we will be listening on our tube radios if there's power to power the radios. That's the other story also. Do you have power for the tube receivers? Now, if you're one of the lucky bums that have battery-powered tube radios, you know, maybe you'll be able to do something. And then, well, what would be on the air? I don't know. Not a lot, I guess. But you'll have to wait till the ionosphere kind of fixes itself, because the nuclear bombs will kind of, you know, erase our ionosphere for a while. Many hours, if not a couple of days. So, I don't know. We need to be there. I'll be doing a live show. Surviving with shortwave radio after the nuclear holocaust. With Jill. Let's have a beer. Yes, it is green because it's not radioactive. That I totally agree, Radio Kid. You know, the aggregator is what makes the radios like the same GN WFI32 that I have. You know, I got burned once. I had a St. G and WFR20. receiver shut down, I got a big brick. Well, not exactly. It could still serve a purpose, which is it does work with the Windows network, so I can actually, you know, play stuff through my network. But that's not the purpose I purchased it for. But yeah, you're totally right. You know, the LC90 is the same thing. I mean, Shoyoung is a young company. It's you know, working on stuff. It has its own aggregator on its radios. But if Shoyoung disappears tomorrow morning, our LC90s become shortwave radios. At least they're still working and they still do stuff. We still have an AM/FM shortwave radio, but the internet radio side would stop working if they would stop, you know, doing anything. Matt says there used to be an ability to explain because before internet, shortwave radio was really the only way you could get global communications instantly. Yeah, definitely, Matt. Joe Walker, it's an amazing hobby when you stop to think there are thousands of radio signals all around me, even right now. Yep. Imagine if our eyes would see all the radio signals around us, we would probably be blinded by all that is available in the areas we live. You know, it's like I've always been very skeptical. You guys have probably seen, you know, documentaries or reports of RF sensitive people. People that when there's a radio signal around them get rashes and feel sick and you know, don't feel well, and they say that it's related to radio signals. Now, before I go into what I'm going to say, my scientific mind says that it's not impossible. Maybe it's true for a handful of people. You know, we've got to stay open enough about that. But I'll have a little story from my tech days. So I go and fix a computer of somebody that is telling me, because he lives right across the street. So he's got his apartment across the street. Oh yeah, you see all those cell antennas on top of a building. So he's like really close. He's you know, 500 feet away from cell tower antennas. So he tells me he doesn't feel well since he lives there because of that. So that's the first part. It's like, well, you know, I don't know. I can't, you know, I'm not going to say he's nuts or bizarre or he's like, you know, it's in his head. You don't know. It might be possible, honestly. You know? I mean, as a ham, and when you look literature about RF signals, there's definitely an effect on the human body. That's possible. So we, you know, I tell him, well, you know, so he starts telling me that he's moving into a new apartment because of that, and I'm like, okay, you know, and he actually even asked me my own opinion on it, and I tell him that, you know, I do a lot of radio stuff and everything, and I'm like, well, you know, I just told him, I said, I don't know what to say, but my scientific mind cannot say that you're crazy. It's possible. It's possible. And so he moves to the new apartment. Now, look at that. That new apartment that he moves to is near a railroad track. It doesn't have windows on the side of the railroad track. And the railroad track where there's a big yard, there's a huge tower of cell phone antennas. And I think they're even closer to his apartment than the ones where he would live. So, my investigation into how he feels went into the I've noticed, but he doesn't know. So when I went there to fix his computer once, I said, so how do you feel since you moved? And he says, oh, I feel so much better. You know, I know those cell tower antennas were really, really rough on my health and everything. But in my head, it's like, yeah, just in the backyard next to your wall, there's a big tower. So this is where I don't know what to think about that. It's like, yeah, it could be right here. You're focusing too much on, oh, these things are dangerous, and then you're creating your own, pattern. Once again, still thinking. I remember seeing a documentary of a woman. I'm not joking. There's a woman here in the province of Quebec that lives in the middle of the woods in a tent because she feels good since she moved away from all the antennas and signals and RF. But I can't stop thinking that camera that is filming her, because she's saying that even the tiniest RF is making her sick. But that camera that's filming her has tons of oscillators with little tiny RF signals getting out. And she doesn't feel sick in front of the camera. I don't know what to think. I don't want to categorize things as someone is crazy. Obviously, there's a percentage that it's here. You gotta, you focus too much on it. But, up to what point RF is making you sick or not sick. I remember seeing there was an article about, and I think it was in CQ Amateur Radio magazine many years ago. They were talking about the risks of RF exposure. And I mean, as a ham radio operator, it's definitely a thing. But that RF exposure, you know what? It is known that ham radio operators have a higher rate of certain types of cancers than the average population. It is a known fact. It's not invented. It is a measured, known fact. But where my science mind comes to play is it the RF? Or is it we are more inclined to play and touch electronics that have dozens of very toxic chemicals all the time on them? This is where you got to say, I don't know if it's RF or if it's the chemicals. We've got to make a difference. Mike WX50, nice to have you here. Says, I was both a radio listener and DXer back in the day, enjoyed both. Ken Michael, I would like to see 30 to 50 megahertz for a new FM band. That would not be possible because 30 to 50 is a lot more busy than you think with tons of signals. And it's particularly open when there's a lot of sporadic E happening. I need, when sporadic E is going to be open here, I need to tune my Yaesu on 30 to 50 because I'm sure I'm going to hear a lot of stuff. Blogger Dad going inside for food. Sean, I asked if I wanted to listen to CW signals, I'd learn CW first. Same with number stations. I won't see the interest unless I have a way to decode those numbers. That is the challenge. Yeah, and that's where we are all at a different level in there, All radios. My dad is always like, why are you wasting your money on XYZ? My phone can do that. No, you can't argue with somebody like that. He doesn't understand your level of where you are. It's like, my friends and family look at all the radios here and like, what the hell is that? Yeah, you can't understand. There's nothing to say, and you cannot argue with somebody like that. You know. So Joe Walker, when did the newsletter come out? I never checked my personal email. Of newsletter of what? Thank you, Andrew, for the donation. Matt, I'm making turmeric, saffron, garlic chicken to eat with homemade pita, hummus, and I'm gonna be there. Just come on over, and no need to ask. I will. If there would be, if there was a possibility for me to be there in 5 minutes, I would be there. That sounds just so. I can. You know what? Just mentioning the turmeric, saffron, and garlic. It's like somehow my nose like, oh man, that smells so good. Bisabel William, nice to have you on board from Northwest England. What else do we have? Ron, nice to have you here. I had a blast DXing the contest yesterday, and I'm not a ham, but I've been thinking about it. Well, you know what? If you have a blast with that, imagine having your ham ticket and not only listening to them, making contacts with them. Go for it, Ron. Two Broke Tim loves kale. Yuck. I'm sure Two Broke Tim wants to be controversial. WF79 Homebrew. As a kid starting out, old-timers hams would often complain about contests and didn't see any appeal. I think they were more into building gear and maybe some rag chewing. Where I don't complain about, even if I would not be a contester, why complain about it? You know why? Because they are a few times a year taking all over the bands. But you got the rest of the year to do whatever you want. Can $1,000 of kale. Oh God. Oh God. So what SDR? Two Broke Tim. What SDR do you have? Okay, we'll start with the basics. What SDR do you have? And I'll send you a link to what you need. Jim Gordon, what's the minimum? What processor do you have? Do you know what processor you have in your? Well, I'm gonna check it out. Lenovo T430. Let me check it out here. Okay, Lenovo. This is not a tech show, but Lenovo T430. Processor. What is in there? Okay, yeah, that's why. Because your laptop is not compatible with Windows 11. Well, it is compatible. It's not the right. You don't have the minimum requirements. So there's a way to still install Windows 11 if you want to, which is called bypassing the minimum requirements. If you have the money, get a new laptop. It's starting to get old anyways. Just saying. RJ Dakota, used to enjoy Voice of Nigeria. Sadly, stations like this run out of money in repairs and replacement. Yep. Kenneth, yeah, I remember when I had the SWL cartridge. And by the way, anybody that has the SWL cartridge for Commodore 64, please, I want one. I want one. Mine, I don't know where it went. It disappeared. I do want one. But that's where I listened to Senegal news. There was this this news reporting coming out of Senegal in French. Oh man. Kid 61 was watching a program about Chernobyl, and this radio shutdown reminds me of this on the VOA. Look at I tried to unpack a RAR file in Windows 11 and it gave me an error. Microsoft Copilot said that File Explorer had problems with some RAR variants. Yeah, that is not impossible. There could be variants because there's the problem with the archives is that there are little variants of many of them. So yeah, it is possible that you get an error. I know that some archives that are password protected were giving errors too. Turi, can you still buy the XH Data 808 original since it is better? It's not better. They're both pretty much the same. Don't worry about buying an old one. The Seawood on the 808 is great, and you'll have a good radio. Don't start going crazy over that. There's not enough difference, honestly, to really be, you know. Busy Bill Williams, interesting to hear. United Radio, the United Nations Radio, ham station, 4U1A in Vienna. Yep. What else do we have? Take care, Chrissy. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe, my friend. Radio Kid, I think I heard Timtron on 7280 kilohertz AM on. Yeah, it's possible. He's a ham, so we never know. He's 42. You know, I had a power outage today, and I can tell you one thing. Man, would it make a difference in the noise floor. If my noise floor would have been like, you know, what I had this today while the power outage was there. Oh, God. I would be so happy. So happy. Matt says Colorado is rough because it's well inland and dry, and European signals don't make it. Yeah, you know, this is... I still remember back in my days of teenage DXing, I had such a hard time getting Radio Japan and Radio Peking, because China Radio was called Radio Peking and then Radio Beijing, on the east side of the continent, because it was just so freaking difficult. Man, and every time I would hear Radio Japan, I was so happy. It was a tough one for us here until they started using relays like Gabon relays, for example. Joe Walker, what you were saying earlier about AI being a more effective way of proving your signals to noise radio, you were right on spot with that. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. AI for radio enthusiasts could be a very, very... Imagine when there will be... I mean, my Yaesu FTDX10 has a decent digital noise reduction. But imagine when a transceiver will use an NPU, and neural processing unit, to actually take that that signal and use artificial intelligence basically to make that signal better. Those transceivers are going to be amazing. Amazing. Local Beaster, Yaesu FT897, is it good in 2025? So the 897 is, let me check that out here. Yaesu FT897. $500 on Amazon, Canadian dollars. HF, VHF, UHF, all mode, 100 watts. At that price, honestly, at that price, Yeah. Why not? Why not? I mean, HF, VHF, UHF, all mode? Yeah. Yeah. I definitely. I would get that. At that price, I would get that. Tristan, just seen tens of thousands without power in Ontario due to ice storm. Yeah, that's coming. It is coming my way tomorrow, Tristan. It's supposed to start during the night and through the day tomorrow. And we're supposed to get 90 to 100 kilometer per hour winds with it. So I'm a little worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. Kenan, my dad uses denture cream for his false teeth. Oh, God. Kathy, being from Massachusetts, I use online SDRs to get my East Coast fix. Les T is 56, so yeah, we're the same age. Elias Meske, do you have the Model DSP2? No. Maybe at some point. I don't know yet. I got the original kind of Chinese clone, which was kind of interesting. But yeah, maybe I should to test it out. 37, I homebrew. I'm going to my local club meeting. I'm always the youngest or second youngest at 53. We have one guy in his 20s that show up. Yeah. I'll be fair. When I joined the Zoom meeting of CIDX Club, I'm probably one of the youngest there. Maybe not the youngest, but there's not a lot of people below my age. And, our hobby is that. Our hobby, like amateur radio, the average age is up there. It's up there, we start talking about hobbies and things we do. I mean, stamp collecting and all of that stuff. And you try thinking that today, whoever does stamp collecting in 2025, it's a hobby like us. Who actually in 2025 really thinks of, I want to be a ham radio operator? Let's leave out shortwave for a second. Ham radio operator. That is still a part of the hobby that, well, if you're, it could be appealing to you. That is one, because it doesn't involve the fact that there's, no one broadcasting to your continent or anything. It involves the fact that you want to be a radio operator and transmit and so on and maybe talk to people. But it's something, KW1161. Back in the 70s, I had a neighbor that I sold grit newspaper to that moon bounced used to kit peak charts to target the moon. Okay. Joe Walker, computers, electronics are kid stuff. Done it most of my life, as well as some other neat things. Mr. Stonegrove says cockroaches will be listening to the tube radios. Yeah, they'll be alive, like a few other species that are capable of surviving. And they should have done the Planet of the Apes. It's going to be the Planet of the Cockroaches. Radio Kid Brother Stare will likely still be on the radio in 2089. What makes you think he won't be? No, he will. It's an AI Brother Stare thing. Okay, Michael, EMP is scary. Yeah, our computers are going to be grilled. So, David, someone mentioned me? Yes, I achieved the Earth Moon Earth QSL, just 35 watts. You see, I listen to what you're saying, David, because I remember them. Okay? So you see how important you are. Actually, that impressed me so much. I was like, oh, God, wow. I want to do that. You know, Bob's Old Records, we already know one thing. There's going to be cockroaches and there's going to be Kate Richards. That's still going to be there. Jim Gordon, you're getting into the realms of metaphysics. What will radio listening be like on the other side? Will RJ Star be there, Radio Tirana? Yeah, you know. Again. David says, unfortunately, DL7 APV became a silent key. That is sad. That is sad. It's like one of the guys that was here many times in the chat room. We had a guy from his first name was Kevin Murray. His name was Kevin Murray. He was part of the CIDX Zooms all the time. Kevin Murray, which was from Great Falls, Montana. He was part of the live shows. He would always tell me how the live shows were just, so great, and he loved following them. So Kevin Murray, which was born on March 11, 1958, in Great Falls, Montana, passed away on February 28, 2025, in Casper, Wyoming, after a courageous battle with cancer. So I just want to pass on my my heartfelt condolences. He was and looked like such a funny and great guy. And unfortunately, he was like 66, something like that. He was young, man. It's so sad when I hear these people passing away. I mean, today is just. Joe Walker heard microwaves might hurt. Visible William, yeah. Cathy C. Back when I discovered them, they used President Ford as a pass new boy. Kevin Mike, for internet, radio, and TV, best to use phones and netbooks. Toast and love, nice to have you here. Maybe picking it up in teeth fillings. Sean Arash, is there any serious scientific and data on electrosensitive people? That's the thing that is there a very extensive science, observation of all of these people. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen one specifically. And every time I've seen people complaining of RF effects, I mean, look, the Incredible Hulk RF was a problem with all that I just, I still remember as I think I was 15 or 16, and I keyed up my Navajo base station while with my other hand, I actually was holding the antenna. I can tell you that is a hell of a surprise when it just stings you like crazy. But I'm still alive, apparently. But it doesn't mean, you shouldn't go touch your 1 kilowatt transmitter antenna. I don't think it's a good idea. And no, there could be some effect, but I don't know. Catty, I went to a baseball game years ago, forgot my portable radio, tried using my Sirius radio app. Yep, delayed, no use at all. Yeah, because the streaming is delayed. And if you're in a place where there's a lot of people, that cell tower might be overloaded with all the connections from the phones. Bob's Old Records, WWV killed cows in a nearby corral when they jacked up the wattage. Yeah, I don't know. Joe Walker, electromagnetic waves can affect the human body in various ways. Eat light birds, use magnetism for navigation. Oh, definitely, there could be. There could be, you know. You know what? This is like the power lines here in Quebec. There was a place where there like those high tension 735 kilovolt power lines would cross fields of cows, and there's all sorts of stories of cows, you know, being weird and whatever. But I've never seen a serious science, paper saying yes, cows in the fields where the power lines are. I still don't want to live next to a power line, but well, Jim's radio check. There's definitely a distance. When a transmitter, like a ham transmitter, you should not be less than about 5 to 10 feet from the antenna, because that field is very strong. And those frequencies, the ancient frequencies, have a lot of effects on the body itself. They interact with our cells and they interact with our body. So, we got to be careful. We do have to be very, very careful. SWAT cats. So what do we have? Boston Patriot. Nice to have you here. Joe Walker says MRI uses radio waves. SWAT cats with cell phone towers, antennas. They are supposed to be non-linear, meaning you cannot put that much power behind the transceiver. I read a science paper on that through IEEE. What I'll answer to that, there was a sorry guys, there was a documentary from I think it was the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. They took measures because we have rules. There is in every transmission there are rules. Amateur radio operators have to follow those rules. There is the amount of RF energy where humans actually interact. And there is a limit. There's a limit where it can't go higher than that. And there were a lot of cell towers that when you were on the ground in a space where you could be, those limits were extremely close and sometimes even a little higher. And that same documentary was talking about the amount of RF when you hold your phone here. Today it's less of a problem because people either use the, speaker mic or whatever, but still some people when I'm doing my text duties, I had my flip phone on my ear all the time. And I had a lot of calls. And they're talking about all the RF of the different phones. Some are more intense than others. I think we just don't know. I think even in 2025, we just don't know. But yet, I think one of the things we have to look at, the introduction of cell phones and the usage after 30, 40 years, it's kind of telling us that, maybe there isn't that much interaction or less than we thought. I don't know. Look at our handheld GMRS and ham receivers have warnings that say you shouldn't keep them too close to your head when transmitting. Absolutely. There was some homebrew. We're all loaded with microplastics these days. Yep. There's even found in brain tissue. Who knows what all of this is going to do with us? There was an article this week. There was a study here in Quebec about gum. When you eat a piece of gum, on average, you get several hundred pieces of microplastics in your body each time. So you're like, what the hell is going to happen with us later? Tell you, we're gonna be mutants. It's gonna be Futurama. Mutants on the surface. We're gonna be the mutants because of radio and plastics. I want to be the mutant beer guy. The mutant beer guy. But you know, I think we have to be careful. But it's something, you know. Jasmine says, especially a lot of older hams handling things before they knew they were cancerous. Definitely. We got to be careful at what is exactly causing that difference. There is a difference, we know. But what is actually causing the difference? You know, my uncle that I told the story a few times. I had an uncle who was a TV repair guy. TV radio repair guy. Then fixed, you know, VHS and stuff. He was from that era. They were, you know, that family of I eat well, I, you know, exercise and make sure everything's perfect. And he actually died of cancer. And, oh man, 30 years ago, he was like 55. And I was talking about that with my sister at one point, you know, because they were so healthy and everything. And I said, you know what? When he died, it makes me wonder all the handling of electronics, because there's a lot of toxic chemicals in electronics. Maybe even worse back in the day. One of the worst chemicals is the one that like prevents fires. It's like they spray the, you know, all the circuit boards with like this fire retardant thing. That is apparently extremely toxic. And, you know, we joke all the time, oh, that smell of new electronics, or that smell of a new radio, or that smell. Well, that smell is kind of toxic. It's you know, for us, it's like, oh, wow, that smell of new radios. Like, yeah, you know, it's like tubes. Oh, that smell of warming tubes. Yeah, it's like smell of toxic chemicals. Kind of. But my thought when that happened was, oh, he handled electronics all his life. The soldering iron, you know, fumes. It'd be interesting if we could go back in time, change the profession to something else, and see, is the same pattern going to happen? Will he still die of cancer at 55? This is where we can't do that. But it makes you think. Brent Sutherland, are there any good pirate stations out there these days? There are tons of them, man. You got to go and check out the HF Underground. There's a lot of stuff. Is there anyone live in the Pirates right now? North American Pirates. MRI, Mixed Radio International, has Radio 48 on 6880, apparently. 6880. Let's check it out. Yep. (6880) upper sidebands. 6880 upper sideband. You wanted a pirate? You got him. Bullseye Records got a 5G Wi-Fi modem. I was hospitalized for vomiting and coughing up blood. Yeah, I don't think it's related, but you know. Jim's radio check. Because that 5G is not 5G, it's 5 gigahertz, which is different from the 5G that people talk about on cell phones. Jasmine, the best thing you can say is for science. Yeah, I guess. SWL signals, number station using XPA, XP2 format can be decoded using software called Rivet. Yep. Yeah, last year power outage. Absolutely, Kenneth. Scratch and sniff radios. Well, Joe Walker, you are a member. If you're a member, you have it in your email. If not, write to Sheldon. Because if you're a member, you should have it in your email. Okay, you got a new elect. Okay, 2 broke 10. Take SDR sharp. SDR sharp. The original little man. People need to understand collecting vintage shortwave radios like how audiophiles collect old turntables. Yep, absolutely. Well, for the most part, most of the number stations, you really don't decode anything. Yeah, Matt, I've not done any tech show in a long time. Definitely. I'm trying to think about what to do, what I could do, you know. Hand free lunch, nice to have you here. M7BFL. Take care, Jim. It's nice to have you here. Blackguardie says. So I lost the page. I lost the place I was. Trying to go down as fast as possible. I need to get back where I was. So. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's because 24H2 Blackguardie doesn't want to update when it has something unusual on it. What you should do is just remove the RTL SDR, let the 24H2 update go, and then do it. It would work. A 13-year-old Lenovo desktop is not Windows 11 compatible, that's for sure. No, I'm pretty sure Windows 10 was a compatible OS for that machine, though. It didn't have very special minimum requirements. What else do we have? Andrew, is there nothing wrong with the computer? Why not try Linux Mint? Very user-friendly. It depends what you're doing, Andrew, because, yeah, for some people it might work, but, you know, for someone like me, Linux is an impossible task. It would not be a possible task. It depends. And you got to be careful with that phrase, very user-friendly. As being a tech guy, I can tell you one thing. User-friendly is not something for most people. Weird Kid, Timtron has a distinctive voice. Yeah, absolutely. He's got a very, very distinctive voice. Oh yeah, Alan and Angela is like, at some point is like, oh come on. I remember a funny story about Timtron. They were testing 6160 kilohertz for WBCQ, and every time he was there in the studio, the transmitter would just go off, and he'd run to the transmitter side to restart 6160, and come back to the studio, and it was just like like a race of what's going to be on and what is it going to happen. It was just so funny. What else is there? So here we're going to have a some kind of ice storm tomorrow, which is like, oh god. WZFR1 Biker, nice to have you on board. Often thought of getting my ham license, but I still haven't done it. Do it. Do it. You gotta do it. Jasmine, there's so much going on. I don't really think most people have time for hobbies unless they're retired. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see the shift in how human life is going. You know, or their hobbies going on the internet. They just sit down in front of the computer and read stuff on the internet. I don't know. Brian Penny still mails postcards. Yes, I've got one here. Which was nice with that article about, you know, AI and cats. You know, it's. I have a friend of mine, the only friend of all of my friends that insists on sending me a Christmas card by mail. And it's like, honestly, it's kind of cute and fun. You open your mailbox, you got some mail. That isn't a bill or some trash crap, you know? Radio Romania 7220. Let's try it out here. Yep. Romania with music right now, coming in really well. Dean KQ4ADG. There will be cockroaches and Twinkies. Mark Markland, thank you so much for the donation. It's much appreciated. And don't forget, guys, I will continue a little more if you guys make me feel I want to continue. There's a super chat. And there's a pizza fund. And you guys are great. Much appreciated to have all of you here. I need to take a pee break, guys. So, it's going to take a few seconds. I'm going to leave you with the soothing sounds of the with my CB980 Uniden 980 SSB with the Montreal weather broadcast. Back in a few seconds. I need to go pee.
Maximum dimanche plus 3. Lundi, vent du sud-est de 20 à 39 environ au sud-ouest, de 15 à 25 en après-midi. Mardi, vent du nord-ouest, 10 à 22. Mercredi, vent du nord-ouest, 10 à 15 nœuds diminuant à léger. Prévision pour Montréal, la Trois-Rivières, démis par Environnement Canada à 15h. L'heure avancée de l'Est. Le samedi 29 mars 2025. Ce soir, cette nuit et dimanche, vent du nord-est à 15 nœuds augmentant du nord-est à 15 à 25 tours, dimanche matin. Neige vers midi dimanche, se changeant en pluie glaçante. Visibilité à 1 mille ou moins dans la neige. Minimum cette nuit moins 5. Maximum dimanche plus 1. Lundi, vent du sud-est de 20 à 39 environ au sud-ouest, de 15 à 25 en après-midi. Mardi, vent du nord-ouest, 10 à 22. Mercredi, vent du nord-ouest, 10 à 15 nœuds diminuant à léger. Prévision pour Montréal, démis par Environnement Canada à 17h, l'heure avancée de l'Est. Le samedi 29 mars 2025. Samedi soir et nuit. Quater santé maximale de 3 au risque faible. Dimanche, quater santé maximale de 2 au risque faible. Dimanche soir et nuit. Quater santé maximale de 2 au risque faible. Lundi, quater santé maximale de 2 au risque faible.
Environment Canada has updated the freezing rain warning at 3:36 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Saturday, March 29, 2025. A freezing rain warning is continued for Metro Montreal, Laval, Vaudreuil area, Saint-Rain area, Valleyfield, Beauharnois area, Hemingford area, Berkshire, Belloway area, St. John Maryville area, Lackle area, Rawdon, Joliet area, Mascouche area, St. Jérôme area, and St. Eustache area. Be prepared to adjust your driving with changing road conditions. Environnement Canada a mis à jour un avertissement de pluie verglaçante à 15h36, heure avancée de l'Est, le samedi 29 mars 2025. Un avertissement de pluie verglaçante est continué pour Montréal métropolitain, Laval, secteur de Vaudreuil, secteur de Saint-Rémy, secteur de Valleyfield, Beauharnois, secteur de Hemingford, secteur de Berkshire, Belleuil, secteur de Saint-Jean, Marieville, secteur de Lacolle, secteur de Rawdon-Joliette, secteur de Mascouche, secteur de Saint-Jérôme et secteur de Saint-Eustache. Adaptez votre conduite aux conditions routières changeantes.
Forecast for Lashes St. Jérôme issued by Environment Canada at 6:09 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Saturday, March 29, 2025. Tonight, 8 view clouds. Increasing cloudiness near midnight. Winds becoming northeast, 20 kilometers per hour near midnight. Low -5.
So that was the Environment Canada weather for Montreal. Oh, God. Jim's radio check. When I key up my GMRS radio, it turns on my front porch lights. Yeah, it could. All radios, dang, I must be plastic, man. Francis Moore, nice to have you here from the UK. Joe Walker, yummy, nothing like microplastics. I feel sorry for the planet. Well, you know. MDK2, in older days, he had exposure to leaded gasoline, fumes, and exhaust, leaded houses, paint. Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of things that, you know what, that was the day. That was the way it was. Yeah, leaded gasoline. So, guys, I got hit by 440 AC at work repairing a power card for airplanes. Youch. Youch. Yeah, new car smell. Same thing. New car smell. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just crazy when you think about it, you know. I mean, there's so many things we can't pinpoint something and say this is why I have cancer, because the environment is just so diversified that you don't know what caused the cancer you got. You know, my sister that died in 2011, she was living near farm fields, and there was this plane going over the farm fields, dropping all those pesticides. Of course, in my mind, one of the things I thought was, you know, could the pesticides be the reason? We'll never know. We'll never know. But you know what? It could be. I don't know. Joe Walker's got 6880 upper sideband on the R30. No joy on 6880 in Tucson, Arizona. No problem. Data time. Have a good time, my friend. HF in Canada. Nice to have you here. G Dakota only beginning to hear 6880. Yeah, a number of stations use only one-time pads technically, so they should not be. You should not be able to decode them technically. So 15 megahertz WWV coming in. Well, let me put 6880 here. So music on 6880 with the Pirate. D. Scott Nathan, nice to have you on board. Black or Die, 6880 upper sideband, not bad on the Ratty RF 760 on telescopic. Okay, Michael, you're lucky. A cold night, perfect for DX. Yeah, that's gonna be the one that I, it is pretty rough. So technically, it should hold up. It's the wind that really is worrisome. Last year, it snapped, and it snapped because of the wind, not because of how thick the ice was. Why is that FR1 biker? What are your thoughts on the RSP1B, or should I think of the RSPDXR2? RSP1 is not compatible with SDR Connect. Look, the difference is the RSP1B is very good. The RSPDXR2 is good because it has multiple inputs. If you are thinking of using it on multiple frequencies with different antennas, go to the RSPDX because you'll be able to have your favorite antenna depending on the bands that you go through. I think that's going to be the thing, honestly. But both are really good and improved now with what they've done on these SDRs. Richard Myers has the air traffic control New York, booming in Florida on 8918. Busy. Let's check it out here. 8918. Let's go check how busy it is over here.
At time 2344, flight level 410, Mach decimal 83. Estimate 3 at time 0058. Sorry. Estimate 60 at time 0025. Siri next. Alright, so copy 60 North 070 West 2344. Telephone 0 Mach decimal 83 KC 0025. Sorry next. Confirm. Confirm. And we'll be contacting 128.5 here. ERT 1518 position. 1518 here, sir. ERT 1518 revolve 2343. Estimate Graham 0012 on deck 019.1. Small next number 19 decimal. Just confirm the flight level 320. Yeah, the 320, 151. Graham in New York, going on 5520. 5520, 151. Copy over Graham and over Graham. Over Graham, 151.
Definitely some activity on 8918, which is New York air traffic control. So lots of comms right now. It's pretty cool for that. Blagada, the RF75A and the RF760 both have the flimsy antenna, and you have to be careful with it. However, the RF760 has external antenna jack. So, okay. Old radios, Super Magic 1-2 on eBay that clips to a whip antenna and hangs outside. You're just going to be very careful because it adds weight to the telescopic. Got to be careful. Kevin, no, retirement doesn't suck, I'm pretty sure. WS2H, I'm sure you are just so freaking happy. Joe Walker, 7220, loud and clear. Ken Michael, Radio Filipinas and Radio Thailand. Yep, silent. They were using the same antennas that Voice of America, Radio Free Asia, and all of that were using. It's sad, but that's the collateral damage that I find sad is we were losing Radio Thailand that I freaking love listening to every day. And Radio Filipinas, I could not hear here, but I was always going to a Kiwi SDR. It's so freaking sad. My WX50, nice to be able to do what you want when you want. Definitely. Definitely. You know, I'll be honest. I am privileged. I am privileged. I know I am privileged that because I do this and I do the tech channel, I can, you know, I have to work. Honestly, it's work. So I got to work. I got to do stuff. But I got to do stuff in an environment where if, apparently there's this on the radio, I can go and take a little break and just tune in the radio. It's not like going to work, you know, where you're out of the house, you're out of your zone of all the stuff you have. I'm in the same zone as everything. My Yesu is on 20, like, you know, I wake up in the morning, get here with my coffee, turn this on, and it's on all day. And every time I see something, it's like, oh, let's try that. Let's try that. While I'm working, you know, I am privileged, honestly. I worked for it, but I do know I am privileged, you know. Philip Jones reminds me of 4727 USB French military. Kevin Michael used to get Metro Media weather on satellite TV. On Anik 1. Oh, wow. Anik 1. Youch. Youch. Take care, Philip Jones. It was nice to have you on board. Sure. Ken says, now I'm freezing. Philip Jones, my Jenny sends her love to you all. Cool. Cool. So, you ever show anyone how to use a multi-PSK that looks to be some neat software? I've done some videos on it. The biggest problem, multi-PSK has such a cluttered interface, but it does a lot. And I've done several videos, and maybe I should do more. The biggest issue of, you know, when you have to explain to somebody what things are doing, you got to explain how, in your own personal setup on your own PC, which there's thousands of different configurations, how things are going to be, how do you set up? How is the audio going through the software to the code? What does it mean? You know, I had somebody a couple of months ago said, something weird. My radio's off, but I'm getting something, so it must be from the internet. It's not. All the coding software use audio. It's the sound. So if you see stuff with the radio turned off, it means you're using your microphone, and when you talk, you see that. You got to choose the proper audio. This is where it gets very complex. Explaining to somebody with its personal setup, no, you got to choose this, you got to do that, not counting that sometimes you got to use a virtual audio cable, and you got to explain that. Often you got to explain that to non-tech people that just don't understand what that means and what it is. God, this is a complex thing, I can tell you that. Joe Walker, you like the DX? Still hoping to do something more with? Yeah. Like and I, well, if what you want is to listen to a better speaker, you want the convenience of direct frequency via the app. Okay. Kenneth, Jill, is a way of improving the noise reduction on SDR Connect. It seems too excessive. You know, you need levels, KW61. So, an example of this is when I go to my Yaesu. When I turn on noise reduction, if I press a button, like DNR level, and there's a button. So the DNR level, I can change how aggressive, I'm going to call it like that, how aggressive it could be. From, 1 to 15. Now, I'll be fair, this is a $2,000 radio in Canada. The digital noise reduction is really bad in the way they chose the levels. It should have been smoother. So, SDR Connect doesn't have levels. It has... So beneath SDR Connect, you might have noticed there were some sliders for audio frequency ranges. Now the way you play with those impact the noise reduction that you're using. It should have, just like the Yaesu, levels. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like somebody else also mentioned, well, it can't even handle music. No, because that first wave of noise reduction is meant for voice, for human voice. After that, at some point there's going to be more. But, yeah, it's sometimes a little too rough. Absolutely. I don't like noise reduction that much. People are going crazy over that. And I'm like, I rarely use it on my Yaesu. Last night on the DX contest, there were a few occasions, yes, it totally improved my DX. And I was happy. But so many times, I turn it on and I'm like, it sounds better when it's off. Even if there's background noise, freaking sounds better off anyways. And there are a lot of examples on that. People are going crazy on the Malahide SDR. I'm sorry, but I've heard the noise reduction. Sometimes it's okay, but often it just distorts the signal. It just distorts the voice. It isn't that great. Stop thinking it's that fantastic. It's good on some occasions. It isn't fantastic or a miracle. And when the signal and noise ratio are too close, it serves no purpose at all. Okay. Oh man, Matt. I smell the garlic. I smell all the spices. Stop. 11645. What do I have on 11645 here?
Genuine willingness to manage relations with
Oh, wow.
His first visit in 2023 was to China to meet President Xi Jinping. A few weeks after the visit, the China Coast Guard, along with the maritime militia, began Philippine ships harassing Filipino
In English.
operations within various parts of the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone of the Philippines.
Have you noticed the Alice War case having any effect on relations between the Philippines and China?
Well, one thing I'd like to highlight would be public opinion. To the fact that today, if we look into the most recent nationwide survey, 8 out of 10 Filipinos said that we would not be
So 54 cal. That is the BBC, but it's not from the Tinian, Philippines, because that transmitter site shut down. It's from the United Arab Emirates transmitter site. They've switched because they lost. Tinian, Philippines is off with VOA shut down. And RFA, Radio Free Asia. This is from UAE transmitter site in the United Arab Emirates. So Tinian, anything from Tinian of any website, don't be fooled. It's off. It is turned off. But it is BBC in English, and it's from UAE.
Working out in India. The man with her poster hanging outside of his house.
How does he feel about the prospect of Alice going still for human trafficking? Okay, so she would never do that because she's got a heart and she's afraid to die.
Marvin de la Pan, the man from Hull. How it felt.
Using a notch.
Around the abandoned buildings. It's very crushing for me because knowing that this place made money out of evil.
So this is BBC World Service in English 11645 from United Arab Emirates Radio. Transmitter side of relay. And of course, more transmissions from 8918.
330, 30 nautical miles, time to scene, Jacksonville 1135.05. Have a nice flight here.
But Joe Walker, so how about a power glitch or radio wave internally generated from a sound card or video card causing an operating system crash that requires reboot? I don't know what to say. Radio Kid, oops, batteries on failure when dead, while listening. Time to swap. Okay, Michael, Gel 28524. USB mode to Japan from Canada. Hold rate is not getting 11645. Matt has a trace of 11645. This sort of thing that makes me wish I was back east somewhere. You know. Well, Tinian is off. I can tell you that. Matt's got RWM time signal on 9996 CW. Francis Moore's nice copy. Check it out. So it's off now. It went off. What time is it? Oh, it dropped off at 0 UT. 9996. Let's try 9996. So CW lower. 09996. Oh yeah, with a steady tone. 9996. Yeah, RWM time signal 9996 is pretty strong here actually. I don't have 14996, Matt. The only signal I get is 9996. And if I go here, 4996. I'm getting 4996 on the ICOM with the RMLA30. So I'm technically getting 4996, not very strong, but 9996 is much stronger. I mean, if I go to span, do just 5 kilohertz. Look at that, guys. That's what I'm getting. It's strong, it's there. S3, S4, 5 without any amplification. And eventually it's going to move off from that and do some Morse code identification. So hope you guys are enjoying the show. I am, of course, doing this show every week, and if you enjoy tuning around, having fun with radio, don't forget super chat. You can actually join, give a little something to the super chat. You also have pizza fund that is through PayPal, also at this email. If you like what I do, you know what? It's not always the same people to give money. Last week we got 212 peak. We get 2,600. Last show got 2,600 views. But overall, we get 51 or 55 total contributors. Think about it, guys. Is that normal? That just a handful of people? While every week there are tons of people watching, they're not giving anything. I mean, some people can give, it's all right. Some people have given and give at a regular, once a year, once every 6 months or whatever. But still, think about it, guys. Okay? This cost me more money. I got new cameras, got a lot of stuff. And you know what? If you like what I do and want me to continue, it's the way it is. Nothing's free in life. Okay, guys? Thanks for the donations, everybody. And whatever amount, doesn't matter. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay. Yeah, well, it's the time signal actually it's very fluttery because it's probably going through the North Pole. So it sounds kind of creepy a little bit. Kathy is hearing 14996. So yeah, and it's all of that. We got, what's that 0 UT right now? Is there any new pirate station? Let's check it out. So MRI is still there, 6880. There's an UNID AM one at 696. Let's check it out. No. MRI Radio 48 via Mixed Radio International, still very strong on 6880. Still a very good signal. So, this is pretty cool. Kathy, what are you using as a radio? What you should do if you're using a radio that has upper-lower sideband, go on 14997 and go lower sideband to avoid WWVI, because that could be the case. I usually know that RWM Moscow is there because if I tune 15,000 in AM mode, I'll hear something below. I hear something else, and I know it's there. So you can try 9996, Kathy. It's very strong here, actually, surprisingly strong. It should be in Morse code, and what's the pattern? If we look at RWM pattern, it has a pattern. RWM time signal cycle. Okay, so what's going to happen now is, just check it out here. Here we go. So, at 08 minute, is going to transmitter off. So it's just a carrier until 07 minutes and 55 seconds. So it's going to stop. It's going to stop not long from now. Then, at 9 minutes 39 seconds, it's going to start with RWM Moscow. So now it's off. Now it's off. Now it's off. And exactly a minute from now, it's going to be RWM. Now I got a little bit of interference from WWV here. It's going to be RWM in Morse code. I'm going to wait 9 minutes and 39 seconds. It's going to be RWM in Morse code. That's a hard time decoding. And then in a minute, it's going to be the old time pips. So 9996. Old radios get a trace on 6880. Old radios 9996 is really good. Francis Morgil, Kelly is nice, crisp up in air fryer. Well, maybe that's going to be different. Now we're calling about, making kale less, of a solution. But, well, with peanut oil and fried on in an air fryer, yeah, it might be crispy and good. Yeah. Thank you, Tumbril, for the donation. Much appreciated. Catty, yep. Black Eye D109 is nice radio. The sound quality of the D109 is amazing, honestly. But unfortunately, and this is where I don't use it much here, the D109 overloads so much on the local medium wave broadcasts that it's almost unusable. Because I'm going to tell you, the sound quality of D109 is amazing. Amazing. Catty, I have S8800, MLE30, but lots of noise, yeah. Depending where you're located, too, is, not everywhere. It's all the same. 54 cal getting overrun by WWV on 9996. Yeah, that's why I go lower sideband, to avoid the top. Oh yeah, same for me, Black Eye. It was because of the frequency entry. You couldn't enter on the first one. For example, if you wanted to tune 17855 Spain, it didn't work. So they had a little glitch in the software. So I got 2 also. MDK2, you need to tune 9997 lower sideband to get WRM if your receiver doesn't have CW mode. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, old radios, rather than doing that, you know what you should do? Don't buy the extender. It serves no purpose. Take a piece of wire and just put, 10 feet of wire on the telescopic, or 20 feet of wire on it. It does the same purpose. And at least if you have wire, if you have, possibility to do 10, 20, 30 feet, it's going to be less expensive and do an amazing job, maybe a better job. That extender is not useful. Take a piece of wire and just put it on a telescopic. That's all. That's all it does, actually. And going to be cheaper. R97, PL880, PL990, same GNTIs now. Yeah, pretty much all the radios that don't mute. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Most small portables mute now, unfortunately. Unfortunately, is the way it works. In today's world, the muting of receivers is always kind of not cool. And check if anybody sent an email. Sometimes it happens and I missed them. So, just gonna check it out. Time are we in now? What is that? Okay. New one. So, anybody is sending out anything? There we go. Nothing new. That's pretty good. Okay, what else is there? What else is there? So, we are... we are technically, so some stations might still tonight be on their old schedules, but honestly, we are starting to be at the A25 schedule season. The A25 schedule season is in effect technically starting 0 UT. This means that you will now have a new schedules for the different international broadcast bands. This is going to be interesting because we are in a new schedule season for the summer. People understand why the summer schedules exist. Do remind yourself that what happens is that because of propagation changes, the stations will change frequencies because of the time of the year, and that's very important. Usually higher frequencies in the summer, and the winter is lower frequencies. A couple of frequencies maybe we'll know is Spain should probably use 17855 in their schedules for the summer. That's a pretty safe one. It's every year it's the same, so it's very important to do that. So I just want to thank on the PayPal side of things, because we see the people on the super chat, but tonight I would like to thank Gerald McNeil, Kevin Davidson, Robert Dodds, Catherine Tedesco, and Nicole Phillips for the donations through PayPal. It is much appreciated, and thank you so much for being fans of this live show. Thank you so much. It is really, really so much appreciated. So thanks again. And so what else? And Mark Land, thanks again, man. You are amazing, and thanks for everything. Thanks for everything. I mean, this is, Francis Moore, why do some radios mute and others don't? Yeah, that's the interesting question. So it all has to do with the processing of changing frequency. Now, the biggest problem with modern radios today is that when they are based on the DSP, or the digital signal processing chip, that chip, it's a little bit like a computer. It takes time to process that you're moving on from frequency to frequency. So when you punch in a frequency, you might notice there's a little delay, and then your station's there. It's that delay is the same delay of tuning and muting. It's like, it has to process the information of you're changing frequency all the time. I would say it's the fact that the chip is lazy. It's not fast enough to process what we're asking for it. The difference because for example, the Texan PL990 uses that chip too. But you know what they did? That chip is used in a stage of the radio where it does what it does the best, the bandwidths and so on. But they've layered an analog PLL style radio over it. So when you tune, it's a standard electronic circuit. It doesn't need to think about what I'm doing or whatever. It just goes on with your tuning. Unfortunately, a lot of radios are like that. There were a few radios in the past that also have muting, and that has to do with the design of the PLL circuit. A famous radio that is like that, the Sony ICF 7600. That radio does have muting, but it's not a DSP radio. It's just that the way they designed the tuning circuit, it kind of has this delay in it all the time. So, Good night, Blogger Die. Always nice to have you here. Stay safe, my friend. Okay? Atari says, what is going to happen to all the unused radio frequencies on shortwave? Well, first of all, they are all, shortwave is divided into frequencies with all that's happening. There's different things that are happening. So outside of the international broadcast bands, first of all, there's utilities are still there. There's ideas like we have the new HF trading stations, the new HF stock market stations, if you want. And a lot of people are like, well, I don't understand why HF is used rather than shortwave than the internet, sorry, or satellite. Well, because shortwave has one advantage over everything else. A radio signal from North America to China has less lag, has less of a delay than anything else in the world, because radio signals are speed of light. If you want to do the same HF trading on the internet, when you actually go from, for example, you guys are watching me. If you look at my clock when it changes, you will see there's a several seconds delay maybe. And that is the way the internet works. There, we actually bounce off different, spots on the internet to actually arrive to your destination. And even websites do that. There will be several bounces, and each of these bounces creates a delay. So on the internet, you can have anything from a very small delay, which is still more than the smallest delay of shortwave, to a delay that's much longer. And you know what? In money trading, tens of seconds, tens of milliseconds makes a difference between you winning or losing thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. So this tells you all the money you could be losing because the trading on the internet was so much slower than somebody that had that fastest shortwave trading signal. That's why it's interesting. That's why these companies want the spectrum. Shortwave, direct radio signal, the fastest thing around. Satellite trading. Do you guys know one thing? The internet, and this is a problem for a lot of people. People think that the internet is satellite driven. No, the internet, 90%, if not more, of everything you do, my signal, my image, my video going to your home is going to undersea cables or to ground lines everywhere. Why? Why are we using satellites? Because the satellites that transmit internet are in geosynchronous orbit. The distance to go there and come back down creates a huge lag already because it's far away. Not just that. Using satellites, think of Elon Musk's satellite. It costs money. Nothing is free there. You're using satellites from some service, you are paying. But if you're using the underground sea cables and so on, these are often laid on the ground by big tech companies. Why? Because even if it costs them billions to do so, these cables create many more billions to them. Many more billions to them. So if Google decides tomorrow that there's a new underground sea cable from Nova Scotia to Spain, the billions of dollars of that, the traffic, the higher traffic it gets to Google makes many more billions to them. So it's like, hey, you got a free ride. Doesn't matter. We're making tons of money off of this with what we do. So it's a different league. So everything on the internet is actually either ground-based or undersea cables. And that doesn't sound, that doesn't cost money to anybody. We just go from here to there. It sounds better. Plus, the undersea cable from North America to Europe has less of a lag, less of a delay than if we would use a satellite anyway. So this is what a lot of people don't understand. When people say, oh no, we're using satellites. No, we're not. Satellite comms are not that frequent. They are mostly for, you know, big mainstream news, media, and stuff like that. But we aren't using them for most of our communications, actually, even in 2025. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it. The PBRSTG, good evening from the snowy Green Mountains in northern Vermont. Yeah, you guys had the snow we were supposed to have, but during the week, the snow went a little south. So here we got about an inch. We were supposed to get something like almost 10 inches. So, sorry. But you know what? Maybe not, because tomorrow we're going to have an ice storm. And I'm a little scared on that one. I can tell you that. Ken Michael Skylink was going to look into that, but the monthly costs said me no. Yeah. Nothing's cheap. Starlink has one major advantage. It's when you're in a place where there's nothing else to give you service. You know, remote places of this planet, Starlink is the way to go because, you know, there's nothing else. And that's where Starlink is useful. But, you know, is satellite TV going to be used in the future, Kevin Michael? With the infrastructure of the internet, you know what? So it depends what you mean by satellite TV. The problem with the internet is that in any place where the internet is fast enough, you've got good video. I mean, here, look at this. This is 1440p, which is halfway between HD and 4K. I mean, this works great with the speeds of the internet today. So as long as you've got a good internet connection, I mean, the cable, look, I've got cable TV, which is not cable TV anymore. I got this box. All my channels on my TV from Videotron, which is my provider, they're all coming through the internet. My internet cable here is like, I've got 1 gigabit internet speed internet, but I've got like tons of hundreds of megabytes added with the video of the cable, which goes into a little box wirelessly. So it's pretty crazy, you know? So the problem with satellites is that nothing can go faster than speed of light, but even at speed of light, space is huge. Yep. This is where Starlink might have an advantage, because Starlink is lower orbit satellites. That distance is shorter. So Starlink delays are probably smaller than the standard satellites we use in geosynchronous orbit. Yeah, no. You know what, Kevin Michael, we're gonna use the internet to broadcast all of those links for network TVs. Kamikaze 76. I heard Starlink is going to start working with some. There's something about Starlink working with satellites natively on the phone directly, if need be. So that could be. But honestly, with the costs, I think most of everything is going to still use landlines and standard cables. Honestly. As long as that is expensive, everything is going to be still using landlines and undersea cables. Now, it's crazy to think that, you know, a video like this is like, for you guys in the UK, this broadcast is going into a cable, a fiber optic cable under the ocean, on the ocean floor, kilometers below the ocean surface, up to you guys in Europe. And think about it, it's kind of mind-boggling. It's like, wow, this is crazy what we can do. It's amazing what the human race can do today. It's just crazy. Alright, I'm trying to tune in a ham on this Astro 8 board. It was much harder to do than on the old days. Realistic should have made them ham band in first section. Yeah, it's not always easy. It's a lot of the older, especially on the older. Shortwave, not ham band. So you know, it's especially with BFOs and stuff like that. But in the older days, it's crazy. It's crazy. But you know, Starlink, where you are in a place where there's really no option to you, is that is the option. That is the that is what's going to make a difference, a huge difference, honestly. And okay, Michael, I'm getting this through a cable on the floor in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. It's the way it is. And it's pretty crazy when you think about it. You know, I know ahead, that's the thing. Is depending on where you live, that could be the only solution. And it's cool to have that solution because, you know, here in northern parts of Canada, now, because of political reasons, most of our provinces have canceled Starlink connections, and because of what's happening. But I mean, if you live in Nunavut, nobody's going to send you internet through a cable there. What's the way to do it? Well, the way to do it is Starlink. Starlink is what's going to happen. It's the only way it can happen. Remote locations is going to be where satellite is going to be used. And this is where I think it's cool. I mean, you're in the middle of forest somewhere. Look at Canada's territory. I mean, even here, you know, let's face it. People have no idea. But in southern Quebec, your coverage of internet and of cell phone is linked to population. So along the big highways, and as you move on, the less you have population or big cities, the less you have coverage. And that means you'll have to have a different choice. And you don't have to go very far from Montreal up north to notice that I don't have any coverage anymore. So KWN61, I am using Starlink now after the $600 equipment purchase and $120 per month. Well, I mean, you know, Kenneth, if you live in a place where there's no other choice, that is not that expensive when you think about it. If you can afford it, that is not that expensive. You know? Francis Morris, Starlink just going to clutter up the low orbit space? You know, that is a big question right now. Because the amount, the thousands of satellites are going to be there. It's scaring a lot of people. It's scaring NASA. It's scaring everybody that's sending out, you know, spacecraft. At what point do we have enough junk in Earth orbit that we don't feel safe in sending somebody out in space? We got to think about that. Astronomers are going crazy. They're taking nighttime, you know, long exposure pictures of faraway, you know, galaxies and clusters, and have all of these traces of Starlink. There's a lot of question about that, I can tell you that. Jean Arrache, there's going to be competition to Starlink eventually. Teleglobe Canada is supposed to launch its service. We're going to see what's going to happen next, but man, it's something. I can tell you that. When we think about how everything is happening, oh God, I mean, it is definitely something. So, hey guys, I'm hungry. I need my pizza, and I need to do quite a few other things. Edit the International Radar Report for tomorrow. I need to do my messenger column for the month of April also, which I have to start. I want to thank all of you guys for being amazing. Thank you all for the donations. Thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for being amazing people. Okay? Going to be back next week, Saturday. And we're going to have a lot of fun again with radio. Stay safe. Thanks for being here. Love you all. And thanks for all your support. I mean, you guys are just amazing. Okay? Love you all. Do stay safe, okay?